Hi, welcome to Mystic Moons. Mystic Moons is pleased to come here today. We have a lot to talk about. My mind has been racing, and I'm sure yours has too. We hear all these stories, all these things. It's like, it's a lot. I'm having a cup of tea and listening to my grumpy little kitty in the background and reflecting on space aliens, reflecting on direct energy weapons, reflecting on the fires of LA, directing, just thinking about like how morons are in charge of everything. I mean, do you have to take stupid tests to get a job in this country? It seems like it. If you score too high, you don't get a job. Look at these people. I mean, look at the mayor, the governor. And we're still called elect these people, right? Hold on a second, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Okay, back. You know what I was thinking? The basic root of our problem is the fact that we don't declare this we, whoever this collective we is, but we make it seem like Earth is the everything. Is the everything. Of course, we'd be dead if there was no Earth, but that's beside the point because I doubt if any of us, right, off the cuff, would be considered for Mars colonization, right? Any of us at this point. We don't have plans to build our own little spaceship to take us away. But outside of that, right now, just figure in terms of like the whole quiet. I mean, we have drones in the sky, we have orbs, we have all sorts of junk floating around us. We have all this like fear, be very afraid, and you're all going to die routine, right? And then we actually have incidences like Maui in 2023. And we have LA 2020, 2025. Now, you know, the day that that happened, I knew something was happening in the air. I didn't know what it was. I thought it was some sort of, pandemics type of thing, but something with the air. I mean, I couldn't like get anything more than the air. And then finding out that they did have an air advisory going on in LA, and that the bloody, what's her name, Karen Bass, the mayor, she took off to Africa to go watch someone get sworn in. Like she couldn't watch it on a film. But she left her city, and not only that, she just recently cut the budget from almost $20 million off of the fire company, right? The firefighters took it out of it, and not only that, did she take the money out of their salary and the equipment? She sent a whole load of equipment to Ukraine from LA. No, that's fucked. Excuse me. That is funny. And not only that, 2 months prior, a whole wave of insurance companies decided to cancel the people that affected policy. That smells. That smells so much. It smells like fish that's 10 days old, sitting out in front of your garbage can outside. So it's stinky. It's very, very smelly. So, I mean, basically, what I'm trying to say is get back to the UFO, the space aliens. Now, we are living like Neanderthals, basically, us citizens. And not just us, I mean, Germany, France, the whole, all over, Pakistan, everywhere, we're living like Neanderthals. And the point is, it gives a certain group of people a wide, like mafias, wide range to do whatever the hell they want because we're kept stupid. Stupid. I mean, if you say, I saw an alien, they'll go, somebody sounds crazy. But it's like, hey, we're not crazy. You're the one, it's like reversed. And like things are really so opposite actual reality of the real state of living on Earth is so opposite to the way the little insulated little box, check off the box, objective, 1, 2, 3, state that we live in. So, I mean, when you think about that, like not acknowledging something exists, like not acknowledging that there are extraterrestrials. They've been around for like decades and decades and centuries. You're not the only, communicating intelligence in the entire universe. Now, that's supposed to be so what's that word? Not claustrophobic, so overwhelmingly catastrophe that we would all supposedly go crazy if all our governments acknowledge the fact that we are not the only ones. Now, in the meantime, that absence of intelligence leads us a horrific existence on this planet because we have mafias. We used to think of the mafia. Mafia was sex, drugs, and protection money, right? And you can almost say that any collective group of people that has these three elements and plus more are they're, a tribal thing, of which the mafia is always the one you don't see, the one that goes behind the curtains, the wizard of Oz factor. And so what I'm saying is basically you have this mafia with with Star Trek. You have a Star Trek mafias, plural, going around. These are the corporations that have lots of cash that nobody hears about. They have downed alien craft. They have besides their re-engineered alien technology, and they use it for whatever damn purpose they want. Now, it's been going on for like decades, the 50s, the 40s. I mean, when did Roswell happen, right? And they say, oh, it's a balloon. No, it wasn't a balloon. And there are dozens more Roswells that were never spoken of. And everything is hot hidden. You don't need to know. But yet, you could feel the result of something like LA or Maui or the bridge collapsings here and there and the general downgrading of our societies. So, I mean, it's like, can't they just say, yes, we have made contact years ago? No, it has to be secret because the mafias, okay, so in some places they call it the deep state. Now, I mean, this underhanded secret stuff, secret breeds gives you a lot of leeway. Secret. You imagine having a wife or a husband who was he had a secret life or she had a secret life. You call that a union. You call that a relationship. See where you're just out of luck. You're out. So, I mean, that's the whole thing you have to think about. I'm drinking hot tea. So, I mean, what do you feel? I mean, don't you feel stupid with all this stuff going on and they just keep on telling you how stupid you are and you can't handle the truth? To know what the reality is, I'm not saying you have to know every single, P's and Q's and where they dot the I's, but I'm saying at least, like, let's not have this wide chasm between what is really happening and what is. Like saying, I mean, it insults our intelligence. They keep on telling us, Americans especially, how stupid we are. We're so dumb. Yet they continually say to us, you're stupid. You got to have, and you're low skill. You got to have HB1, H1B, visa workers in because we're so stupid. In the meantime, they keep up this whole stupid, mainstream newscasting, newspapers, It's totally embarrassing to be around such propagandists who are just don't want you to be have any IQ. Period. And if you dare think about anything beyond what is total recall from some other broadcasting company, you are just labeled as out there. So I mean, they don't give you any room to breathe. They don't give you any room to grow. And then AI, which is being exalted as part of the metaverse of being that's what's going to save us. That's I mean, machine boring. And now they have a thing called Cosmos, which what's that company called? Navita. Navita is pushing out Cosmos, which is synthetic data. So that is good for robots. It's good for like different companies, taxi companies, things like that. Now, excuse me, but now not only are we having robots, machines, toaster ovens doing things for us, they're going to tell us the probable actions of us. And you can just put a capital B for boring on this whole so-called cost saving service. Cost saving in what? Cost saving in our mentality. Cost saving for what? I mean, what are we saving ourselves besides super boredom and super out to lunch? Super, it's not happening. In the meantime, you're supposed to plan for your life, get your act together. Amidst all this, which is highly debatable. Highly debatable. And then you have, as I said, you have your leaders that go out and take vacations and take trips and leave their jobs when they feel that I could, I can, I should. It's just a lot of baloney is going on. A lot of baloney. A lot of false lazy action. So where does that leave us? I mean, don't you understand? I mean, what do you think about the mafia, Star Trek mafia? A Star Trek mafia that exists. They have all, the old program in the 60s, and they have all the technology, all the scientists, just as much as the universities have their scientists and equipment, just as much as governments have their scientists and equipment. That's how much, and the same thing, the different mafias, for lack of a better name, have their scientists and equipment. So you have side against side against side against side. And in actuality, that becomes like a prism, and an invitation for a lot of havoc and a lot of disturbing things that would happen to us. The people living under this kind of situation. So, how can we how can we get truth? How can we get UFO alien truth for one thing? Space alien truth. How can we really get space alien truth? Can we just like develop a hard skin, a hard shell, like the tortoise, and go like, you can say whatever you want about me, I don't care. But the fact of the matter is, we are not alone, and we haven't been alone. Now, obviously, they're going to do some sort of disclosure because they're keeping quiet, and they're assessing the damage, and they're assessing things, and whenever things get too tight, something like LA will happen. And it's just it's so program, can't say the word. It's so predictable. It's almost predictable when things get too much coverage. Then they put something else in front of your face, so you have something else to talk about. And the list doesn't ever stop either. The list doesn't stop. And that is a drag. That is a super drag. that is offensive. That they keep on thinking that they got it made. They think, but it's tedious to keep throwing bait after bait after bait after bait after bait without having any fish, any reward. There's nothing. They're not getting anything out of it other than just more time. And I guess time is the whole thing. Time is the element of want, of need. So what do you think? Do you think that do you think that we are ever, well, I think we are going to, they're setting us up for alien invasion. We all know that. But we also kind of can guess that these are not going to be the real deal aliens. Because you got to think about it this way. Because if the aliens were going to invade us, they would have done it a long time ago, right? If they were going to disintegrate us, they would have disintegrated us a long time ago. They would have completely caught us off our watch. They would have completely caught us off our watch. And that is something that makes sense, doesn't it? Makes sense. Now, let's say, let's do a reading on, we do know that crime exists in secrecy, correct? It does. Crime exists in secrecy, which is why you have the secrecy of space aliens. How much, like, can you take the country like the US? How much of the money is always missing? $9 billion this year, $5 billion another year. Every single bill that's passed has missing pork. And where does this pork go? Think about it. Don't you think there's a battle going on? And I don't mean hearts and minds. I'm talking goodies. I'm talking space alien craft, new weather modification equipment. I'm talking about a whole new world that we, the people, are not even allowed, except in sci fi movies, to think that even exists. Well, I mean, we're still worried about does tarot card readers bring the devil? That sounds right there in, cannibal of those old Tarzan movies or something like that. I mean, that's how uncool, unsophisticated they think that we are. And they think if you put some well-dressed male or female in front of our eyes and pay them 3,000 a year, we'll accept them as mini deities with the word. That's preposterous. Now, let's cleanse the air a little bit. Now, let's see, where are we? This is a piece I'm working on. This piece right here, it's not finished yet. And, I keep on, it needs to, it's pretty intense. This is an entity that I saw. Now, had the pleasure or the experience. Now, I modified the apparition, the spirit I saw. I was out in the woods late at night in a clearing near a lake. And this, about 1 o'clock in the morning, is dark. Maybe, I forget the moon. It could have been a quarter moon or something like that. Not a full moon night. But it was enough to see. And this being, this thing, strange thing, was coming towards me. It was about 6 feet tall or more, probably a little bit more. And it didn't have arms and legs, but it had more or less, it had a distinct body type. And it was moving, and moving towards me. And I guess it was roughly about 500 feet away as it started. Let me see, 500, something like that. Yeah, and I was down near on the base of the lake, and the being was higher up, and it was shimmering towards me, and I watched it. I knew it was coming, but then again, I didn't decide to like wait for it to reach me. I went inside a little shack and disregarded it. However, it was a very haunting experience. This is my interpretation of it. This this thing that I'm making. So, this is what this is. I've been working on it for a while. I'm sitting on it. But anyway, I'm going to finish it soon. What I'm basically trying to see is how long will we have before we can get disclosure? How long can our society exist with keeping us, the people, in the dark? And I do believe that they will like announce that, like even the movies, in the movies about aliens, we're always they're invading. We're always fearful of them because they're spreading fear. And realistically, they've known about us for a while, and I would say even different civilizations have made themselves known, and they've been here before. They know our personalities. They know our character. Space aliens. And there's many different types of space aliens. However, I think that we got a certain breed of space aliens that ever since Nagasaki and Hiroshima, they've been keeping extra, and the development of nuclear plants, fusion plants as well. Because we've been in like cosmically throwing off firecrackers. Those things are like firecrackers. Those things are like disruptive. We are very unpredictable, and that for like our greed, our temperament, our phobia, our xenophobic inclinations, our violence level. These are all the things that I'm sure the aliens are well aware of. I mean, we've been having a calling card of negativity and even giving off negative vibrations, hurting each other, things like that, wars. So we're not unknown to different alien species. And even you take reptilians. Okay, to us, reptilians seem repulsive. I'm sure we seem repulsive to them. However, the reptilians haven't done us in. The reptilians have not exterminated us. I think that's a job that we've been doing ourselves. We kill ourselves. Of course, I'm ignorant of the entire process involved because I am. I'm searching for answers as well as a lot of other people searching for answers. And if enough of us, yes, we'll be told some sort of reality, but it's just that when are we going to see, when is this bridge of, yes, there are space aliens and they're not out to kill us, some logic behind, some intuitive knowledge behind the whole thing, because they've had plenty of opportunity to disintegrate us? Or are we actually pushing it like pushing the envelope for them to disintegrate us? And then will it really be space aliens that do this? It could be a rogue company, a rogue government. We don't know. I mean, you take the last wars, the Vietnam War with the USS Liberty, that was a setup. You take the war in Iraq, weapons of mass destruction, that was a setup with Colin Powell. I mean, there's so many setups. We're constantly being fed erroneous material, and we're supposed to get, trying to get our pants, liar, liar, pants on fire. We're the ones that are getting our pants on fire. And that is a drag. That is a drag. And then you find out 30, 40 years later that that was not so. So I mean, there's so many mysteries that it's if something is so mysterious but it's very obvious, you lose interest in it. You lose interest. You just feel, oh, you don't need to know. Well, excuse me, but I do need to know. I know. I mean, you need to know that people know what's going on. People are not, they say, oh, maybe it depends on your level of sophistication, your level of exposure. Yes, there are people that are going to have their, heart stop and they're going to be traumatically in fear because they've been like conditioned to feel fear. But we can't allow this charade to continue either. Do you want your neighborhood to look like Maui or LA? Now, okay, so they're going to tell you it was climate. No, it was not. A fire, you got to rub two sticks together. You got to put a direct energy weapon. You have to do something, matches, blowtorch, something to start a fire. Fire. It just doesn't come from the heavens. Yes, there are fire showers, but it wasn't a fire shower. And what was combustible? And yes, there were people video recorded of them setting fires and today or yesterday. And this has been going on since before. This is day 3. Yeah. I mean, certain people like, I'll go with the flow. It's just that it's copycats, and copycats. A copycat is not the original. It's a knockoff. And then they think, wow, this is really exciting. I have nothing, so you should have nothing too. So that's also part of the action. And this is something that we have to be aware that it can't continue. Now, what do we have to do to make governments realize that we know what's happening, we know the game, and it's boring, and it's also stupid, and we're tired of stupid. Some of us, it isn't a question of being called stupid and lazy, the nerve, right? I'm the only one who has a job type of thing. I'm going to guide you like the Pied Piper, like little excitable children. That is not my way. It's boring. It is boring. Now, what can we do? How do we get countries? Do they have any intention to? Okay, we took some cards. We took some tarot cards, and let's see. This is a dragon card, which is appropriate for like setting fires. Now, if we don't get the basis of this going, Maui, LA, what next? Now we need something on the East Coast to happen. Like what? Now, the first thing we have here is strength. We have the strength, meaning we have to get our spiritual heads together and realize that we're not the center of the universe. There are others, there are space aliens, and let's get over it. Yes, there's other life forms. Yes, accept it. They're not demons. They're other life forms on different planets. Is that so hard? Is that so difficult? Maybe we should just have like an ABC class. Life on other planets exists. There are millions of this and millions of that. Billions and billions and billions of species. Why can't we just get to that point? All right. Now, the next card we get is the Knight of Swords, announcing that there are life forms. Earthlings aren't the only. Homo sapiens aren't the only. We're not the only. Whoever thinks that, you should stay away from because they're mentally ill. And I won't want to be around with them when they think that we're embracing demons when there are simply life forms from other planets. This is, the Knight of Swords, the Dragon of Swords, the announcement. Having your strength, being strong enough to realize you're a Homo sapien. There are other species besides you, all right? And an announcement, and not the announcement they're all going to come and eat you and, take your eyeballs and your brains and your balls. No, there's simply other species. Now, I'm not saying there isn't a species that enjoys eating those three elements I just mentioned. I'm not saying it. I mean, we eat chickens, we eat other mammals. So you have to keep an open mind about this. And of course, don't eat me. Now, the next card is the Seven of Wands. Seven of Wands is a hostile environment because they've been getting away with their scientists. They've been getting away with their Star Trek type weapons. And everybody thinks the mafias are there with their machine guns and they some dynamite and stuff like that. No, much more advanced. Much more. Yes, they have. I mean, they are equipped like any nation. The money is, especially during lockdown, COVID, where all the small mom and pop shops and the medium mom and pop shops or just medium business were closed. They stayed on board and made even more dinero, dollars, cash to fund their enterprises, which was the whole goal. Probably of the whole experience. Transferring the money from the middle class to the super rich. So they became even more super rich. And super rich is not necessarily, Goldilocks or Pied Piper. I'm talking about gangsters. Gangsters come in suits, ties, and organizations, right? Especially when you're talking about high-level technology. And here, we have the King. No, we have the Nine of Wands. Well, there's a lot of opposition. This is almost like LA, isn't it? We have a lot of opposition. The Seven of Wands, and we have the Nine of Wands to the real alien disclosure. They want to say it, but they want to put it in a negative light. So they can exterminate a bunch of us. The aliens did it, even though it's not the aliens who did it, because they've had plenty of times when we were less equipped to deal with these things, I guess. And in fact, they're going to probably try and blame these 5 fires that are happening in LA on some sort of down power lines, as they did in Maui. And the media will move on from there because there's always a second delay, another thing happening. Must keep the people agitated. But seven of Wands and the Nine of Wands. 2 distinct scenes of miserableness. Miserable and contentious. And here we have the Ace of Wands. It sounds like they're really intent upon putting a very negative cast on everything. The Ace of Wands. That's a lot of fire. It's almost like LA fire. Like the fact of the matter, if the fire was started indeed by direct energy weapons, who fired it? Who? Could have been one organization against another organization. Could have been one country against another country. But the thing about LA is the fact that they canceled the insurance policies. The mayor was miraculously missing in action, MIA. And there was no equipment. The firefighters' equipment was tossed away, given away, gratuitously given to Ukraine. And the budget was cut The budget was cut by almost $20 million. And there was no water. Yes, there was no water in the hydrants. It's just too much. I mean, you can't believe that somebody could be that stupid. That Californians would actually hire someone that stupid, and not just one person. This is also the head of the fire department. How stupid, and be working and making money. There are smarter people living in cardboard boxes looking for work. What is this that you have to be so dumb to be in public office? It's bad enough we have a president who they say, and he's exhibited strange mental decline. Not only, okay, so stupid, almost stupid. Okay. Oh, not good. The fact it's not, where is the brilliance? And then some of these new coming elected figures have a nerve to say, we the people are stupid and lazy, when we see the people that they hire are guilty of that. How can you be? How can you be? I mean, I am just amazed. The name calling and the lack. Of course, I'm calling names too, but I'm just saying right back at you. So, I mean, how do you feel about this? I mean, don't you think that? I mean, where do you stand? I mean, thank goodness you can say, thank goodness I'm not in LA. But do you honestly think it's not going to happen again? Maui should have been enough for the century, but it wasn't. 1 year, a year and a half later, bang, there you go again. A year and a half later. It's like, why is this repeat? Are they waiting for a new sci-fi movie to come out to show you what? Now, it says here, let's look at this. Let's look at this Knight of Swords. Now, it seems to be two camps. Speaking about it, and then you're going to get into a whole lot of bloody trouble if you speak about it. That's been well documented because, well, alien technology is light years away from us. I mean, we're talking about Cosmos now and Nirvana giving us artificiality in our data tracking for humans. Artificial, like a Monopoly game. And a Monopoly game has, X amount of stop, go, collect $200 and a few other things. And you can almost say Cosmos is a souped up Monopoly game. And using people with throwing the dice as the motor, as the objectivity, as the stuff. Now, they can say, oh, no, it's much more complicated. But in essence, it's Monopoly. Or it's a game of Scrabble, maybe. Not even up on Scrabble level, I would say. And how AI is supposed to be so what? What? I don't know. But I do know us humans, we are fabulous. We are fabulous. Our potential is being reduced in the eyes of, like, if you believe it. If you believe what you hear, you are reduced. But if you go, you go, I mean, that's a pretty stupid thing to say, but excuse me? And we're not even addressing it. I didn't hear that stupidness. I didn't hear that. They keep on telling you you're stupid, you're this, you're that, while they rake in a lot of cash. They distribute a lot of cash, and they ask for a lot of cash. And cash is going somewhere. It's not going on your roads. It's not going on your education. What is it going on? And that's where we have this Seven of Swords, the Nine of Swords, the Seven of Wands, the Seven of Wands, the Nine of Wands, and we have the Ace of Wands. Like their racket having And we all know an alien invasion is due. Because it fits with sci-fi movies. That's all. That's how we know. We're living sci-fi movies. I mean, it all seems to be, since Hollywood has like lost its gloss, that they need to have the script writing in actual time and place. Could be, could be, could be. Now, let's find out, what is this? Let's find out what this Knight of Swords is all about. Knight of Swords, what can you tell me? What can we say? What can be said to us to put some accountability and believability into, this wants to come out, into our propaganda? Propaganda is what we hear, what they drill into us. I mean, it's like saying this is freedom, but yet it's, there's no jobs, there's no this, there's no that, everything's closing. It's like, that's freedom. Sounds like implosion. Doesn't it? Doesn't it? All right. Oh, we have this. Okay, we took some cards out. And let's see what this, first of all, this jumped out. And this is the Ten of Cups. The Ten of Cups. Now, this is the positive side, the Ten of Cups. This is from the, okay, so everything's great. This sounds kind of feeble, but anyway. And we have the Ten of Swords. Ooh, a couple of tens. Again, we have positive, negative. We have beware, watch out, and accept. Accept. True. In the darkness, you see the beautiful moonlit night, but at the same time, you're aware of, there could be bears out there, there could be robbers. And here we have the Page of Pentacles. The Page of Pentacles. Hello. Hello. Ashma. Ashma. Hi, how are you? Yeah, I mean, where does this leave us? I mean, I'm just trying to see, what do we have to do for telling us that alien exists, and stop the mafias doing things, because the mafias, it's not governments alone who have drones, orbs, flying saucers. It's also corporations. It's also, the mafia is really high tech. And it's time that people got aware of that we have this, we're not the only life in the cosmos, in the universe. And here we have the High Priestess. Well, that is the message. There's good aliens, bad aliens, and that we have to embrace the good ones. Obviously, that's kind of basic, isn't it? Page of Pentacles. Page of Pentacles. That they've been here before. They are here. We have no choice. We have no choice but to get with it. We have no choice but to advance ourselves from our Stone Age mentalities and realize that we live in a wide universe. And we're part of the wide universe. That's what I'm saying. I'm reading about the fact that, first of all, this reading is about the fact that, when are they going to tell us that we're not the only, there's extraterrestrials are everywhere. I mean, to me, it's like the thing that's happened out in LA. It's not climate, the way the governor is saying it. He's being stupid. He's saying it's climate change. And I'm saying, no, it was direct energy weapons. It was set intentionally, just like Maui was. It's not a simple little accident, because the ferocity of the fires, 5 fires without any match, torch, beam of some sort, is whacked is too wet. It's like thinking and saying that we're absolutely stupid. So here we have here in this part of it, the reading was 7 and 9 of Wands, and we have the Ace of Wands. This is all about like the hostility that the officials, the governments, all the governments have about telling the citizens about what's really happening. That we are not the only, I can't even say the word intelligence in the entire cosmos. That I mean, and that we have been visited, and there's others that are around. And I'm saying that most of the drones and stuff that we're seeing in the sky are U.S. and other governments made and corporations made from attacking alien spacecraft and rechanneling, reworking their technology, and they're keeping it all hidden from us and having us act like idiots. Act like idiots. Idiots. The drones, I think some of the, the reverse tech, some of the anti-gravity machines, I think that, well, ever since Hiroshima and Nagasaki, United States did that thing, I think we set up firecrackers and alarms to the whole cosmic order, and they started, and besides, they were coming here before, but now in different type, we're too noisy. We're too noisy, and then we have all this sound system going out everywhere. That I mean, we're coming under the radar of a lot of space alien species. And the fact of the matter is that the drones, like all these things in the sky that we've been seeing, in the United States, Europe, elsewhere, the basis of them are from alien spacecraft. But we have rehomed them, we have reworked them, so we have used it. Where else will we get that technology from? Do you go to college and they tell you how to make that? No, they don't. I mean, they talk about theory, yes, but we're a country, like the United States, for instance, that only recently, I would say in the last like 15 years or so, have even said that there are more than one galaxies. I think people have been raised so stupid and kept so stupid, kept in the dark, and they act like this is the big, we can't tell you. And when they can't tell you about something, that means you have gangsters and mafia people who are running the show. They're profiting because who's to say, who is to say that they didn't use a direct energy beam from some rogue company, because they have their own rogue companies, rogue mafias have their scientists, they have their weather modification, they have all the tools. They're not there with just machine guns and hose and drugs. Oh no, that's. I'm not saying it's not a part of it, but that's not. I mean, that's a small part of it. They're doing big time. It's just like in, you go around to a resort like Miami Beach. Like Miami Beach is many of the properties are owned by gangsters. Okay, gangsters. Where do you think the gangsters go and hang out? They're not going to hang out in the poor, areas. They're going to hang out where they live large. Look at Diddy. Diddy has fantastic mansions all over the place, right? Look at Epstein. His own island. If these people can have their own island with their own airplanes, jets, plus he had his townhouse in Manhattan, New York City. Why not? Of course, if they can have all that and they have a ranch out in, the Midwest, or what I'm saying is these people are loaded. They have facilities that used to be just for high-level government officials, leaders. I mean, what you see in front of your face is 1,000 times more riches and resources than what you don't see, the people you don't see. But they're living large. They're living very large. So it's conceivable in your mind to realize that there's a factor out there. I mean, they've known that we've had aliens ever since, Roswell in the 40s, and there's like 10, 40, 60 other Roswell crashes that they've been just like quickly going to the scene, taking away the wreckage, and then re-engineering it and using it. First one, first serve. That's the kind of, and even to let's look at this. You're up in the mountains and you see some strange craft. Then you call your state police and go, "I see a flying saucer outside." And he's like, In the meantime, he hangs up and he tells his boss. His boss says, "Oh." And then the captain of the scene, the state troopers, let's say, calls up, the next level up higher, and he goes. And then finally, I'm not saying everybody is clean in all these departments. They call up somebody, maybe it's one of these rogue organizations, and say, there's a report, blah, 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 blah. Got it? And then they get their people on 24-hour notice, and they go, pick it up, pick it up. So that's what I'm saying, what happens. Yes. Nice to know you. No, yes, Pisces. I'm just trying to see that we have a problem, and we will continue to be at the mercy of many things unless we pull it together. And when we pull it together, we have to start talking about, sometimes when you talk about something, and okay, so maybe you're not getting media coverage on it. Everybody's talking about it, but you don't let it die. Just like these drones, just like these orbs. It's like, who makes these things? Who makes these things? And they're trying to set us up for, alien attack and alien. So we hate aliens. So we hate anybody that's different from us. It's a setup. I'm trying to say it's a setup to rip us off of our, like even this this Knight of Swords, the messenger, right? And we have here the Ten of Cups and the Ten of Swords, which is like, yeah, they're good and bad space aliens, right? Good and bad space aliens. And then we have the Page of Pentacles. And that's almost like skirting with what is intuitive. Common sense. Let's just go back to the basics and go step 1, step 2, step 3. And then we have the High Priestess, which is finding out again what it's like. We're not like little defenses, ignorant, stupid blobs. We're not. We're rational, we're intuitive, and we have a lot of things going for us that you're not going to hear from the news or your fearless hive leader. I'll put it that way. We have so many things that we have to find a way to get knowledge about. And before they, do more until we have to make sure the mafia, sometimes they call it here the mafias, there's many of them. Sometimes here they call it in the United States the deep state. And it's not protecting us. It's not protecting us. It's just another group trying to live large. That's what I'm saying. Another group trying to live large. But in the meantime, us, the people, the stupid ones, the ones who are like living in so-called fantasy level, because we don't subscribe. I can't say the word. You understand? We don't succumb to the one shoe fits all. So that's what I'm saying. Like, just basically. Where do you feel? Do you feel that we're not alone? Ask me. Do you feel that we're not alone? We're not alone. We're not alone. We're not the only. And of course, if you think you're still alone when you see all those reverse engineered drones and orbs, and you see an entire five different fires in LA of all places. Of course, California has been known to have a burning of fires. But where was the water? It was not in the water hydrant. Where was the fire equipment? Where was this? Where was that? There's too many questions. It's too many questions. It's the same thing with the Trump and New Orleans. No, Las Vegas. Las Vegas. Now that is superly suspicious as well. You have this truck, this Tesla truck. And we all know that for right now, Donald Trump and Elon Musk are in a bromanship relationship. Now, it's kind of like, and he brags the first thing instead of saying how many people, I'm glad nobody was seriously hurt, except the driver was supposedly incinerated, shot himself. But this is an important thing about that one. His truck, the Tesla, drives by itself. It's a self-driving vehicle. So he could have necessarily been already deceased when he was put in that car. This is the thing. You can't rule it out. I'm not saying that's what happened, but it's a self-driving vehicle. And the fact that, and the thing that Elon Musk said, it's like, it's like a tank. That building, it's a big, huge building. And the fact that it was like put in that tank that's a self-driving tank and it only really broke the glass. So, I mean, there's a lot of like, drones do come from the sea. So, I mean, you have them from the sea. I mean, our country, our world has been invaded many, many times. And then we don't even know. Like, there's an inner earth, different oceans, different air, different this, different that. I mean, we're kept in the dark at too many things. Maybe there's surface people and there's like sea people under the sea. Even the fact that there's just too much things going on, and there's too much we can't talk about. We're not supposed to articulate, and it's like that's we're given words. I mean, even calling UFOs like UAPs. I mean, did it really need a change of label? I don't think so. But I mean, it's these stupid little things that they do for us. Now we're going to call it this way. So I mean, to make us feel like that we've been somewhere, did something. I mean, all these little type of it's a psychology trip. It's like a little psychology trip. It says somebody be straight to me, be straight to me. Even too, I've been listening to old songs, and some of the dialogue and what they're like promoting. I mean, it's just purely like be a bum, be trashy, be this, be that. I mean, is it anything about like really uplifting? Is it something that makes your heart burst with emotion? No. It's something that your body kind of moves to, but if you really listen to the words, you go, "What am I, boogieing to? This really sucks." It's just a conditioning that we're constantly being conditioned to accept inferior, inferior quality, and to go, "Woohoo, woohoo!" And even drones from the sea. I mean, yes, they're not only coming from the sky, they're coming from the sea, they're coming from volcanoes, and they're coming everywhere. And how many facilities, underground facilities, under the sea facilities. How much? There's so many questions we have, but yet are we getting any answers? No, we're getting more. Oh, get emotional, get upset, get angry. I mean, just anything but truth. Anything but truth. And the fact that right now, oh, smoke your marijuana. Marijuana is like, oh, marijuana is great. It's great. Keep you calm. It's like it can be addictive, but it's harmless. Marijuana is not harmless. Psychosis and deviant behavior are often the results of marijuana usage. Because you're there like you're drugged. You're drugged. You're on drugs. Okay. Now you're in a society that advocates and like we're making so much money off of you. Government what's the government doing? They're getting millions from you being drugged. That's all it is. Being drugged. And that's the whole thing too. And then when the space aliens, you go, oh, somebody wants to say, oh, she's talking about the space aliens. Isn't she like, a goofball? I go, ha 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 ha. Uh, I mean, look at the sky at night. That's not LED lights. That's not Christmas. No, it's stars, it's planets, it's this, it's that we can even see with our bad eyesight. So there's so much going on, and we're like constantly. That's what we have to turn to the psychic world, the ether, because even the fact that there were like CERN says there's 17 dimensions. 17 dimensions. Regular physics teaches you that there's 11 dimensions, but we're taught to be only 3 to 4 dimensions of reality. And you see how much we're like really in the dark. We're really like cascading towards like dummyhood. we're not really, we're not getting it. And that we should like kill people because of real estate. We should kill people because of control. We should kill people because power, power. Oh, it sounds so stupid. It's almost fatiguing that we're settling for this moronic behavior. Where and the fact that other species are looking, species are, space aliens looking at us thinking, we gave them this chance, we gave them that chance, we gave them this, we gave them that. And what do they do when they see us? The space aliens say, they shoot us down. They shoot us down with EMPs or with energy weapons. They shoot us down, even though you're not supposed to do that. It's done. I mean, what is it? What does a rogue gangster group care about what's supposed to be and what is? They have no feelings about it whatsoever because they have no feelings. They're a gangster group of people. And that is what it is. And we're supposed to be there pretending it's not happening. And that's another thing. That's another thing that is alarming, alarming, alarming. We're supposed to be there. Yes. I mean, we're in a gangster's paradise. There was somebody, I think years ago, Julio, this guy Julio, he could be alive or dead, I have no idea. But we had this one song, was Gangster's Paradise. That's what they've created, a gangster's paradise. A lecture? What I mean, about 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 gang about what? About what? I mean, I just wonder about like I can't see how that I can't see how. First of all, 2025 is setting off to be like a very explosive year. Very explosive. I mean, what is California without LA, right? What is California without LA? Oh, so is Will your lover or your intended lover or your special friend? How will this year be? Or is it how will this year be? Ah, that's the thing. Okay, let's go for it. How will this is what I'm saying. All right, let's do this. Let's see now. Let's switch cards for a second. Yeah, I mean it's this year is funky. I mean, this year is, let's see, what cards shall I use? Let's use these. I'm going to use this deck. This year is scary. I mean, I feel that no problem. This year is like scary. I mean, you got to keep calm, but this year is like too much crap is going down. Businesses are closing in the United States, and people are traumatized. The prices are like, inflation is just through the roof. And then we're supposed to be afraid of like, you know, some car bomb going off or some direct energy weapon, like, raging fires. I mean, there's so many things that are unnecessary. There's no, and then of course, then we have the drones every night. And of course, now I've seen drones for like the past like 5 or 6 years, and steady, 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 and they're always buzzing around because I have lived near military bases. So I figured that was like part of their protocol, what you want to call it, part of their repertoire. But it was evasive. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. It's just you go around and around in circles. Drones the size of garages. Forget about SUVs and big things. And then the fact that like they branched out. That shows me the fact that they branched out is the fact that they have trying to see who's top dog. Trying to see who's top dog. Now, that means the war is on. The war, it's like the old what do you call it? The old LA, gangsters of the 40s when they had prohibition. They have movies and stuff like that. Like booze was illegal, and the gangsters were out of control, and they were like the cops, FBI, and the gangsters had direct war scenes going on, shooting things. Well, this is the same thing, which is the era right now, but they're using Star Trek type of equipment, Star Trek type of level of technology. That's what's happening. I mean, Star Trek was like, in the 60s, and that's like, 70 years ago, right? 70 years ago. So it's all these things. I mean, you can imagine, and I think they do obviously they do. They just use sci-fi as a teaser for the masses. A teaser. This is what we have. All right. Let's see now. What kind of year? Now this is 2025. What kind of year is this going to be? 2025. How is it going to be? 2025. Let's take this one. And this one. 2025. 2025. 2025. I'm going to take this card here. 2025. Maybe this one too. Let me see. This one. Okay. Now let's see now. What kind of year is 2025 going to be? It's really turning. Okay. The first thing we have is the Knight of Cups. Well, I would say it's going to be a very visceral in the sense that they're going to definitely try to keep our problems because they're so high up in the mountains. Now, that being said, the Knight of Cups, cups, liquid, emotions, visceral, in terms of like we all need to be nurtured in a kind of like a flow, and keeping things on target, not on target in a good way, but just keep now right now we start off with pain and suffering, just keeping the same kind of message, keeping consistency. So this Knight of Cups is keeping consistency. Whether it's a good inconsistency or not is debatable. We'll have to see. And then we have the Sun. We'll have to see if this is a good thing or, so far it looks like a good thing. Now we have the message and we have the ultimate support for this message. All right? The next thing we have here is the Knight of Wands. Well, we have I would take this, we're going to have agitation. We have two different messages here. One of consistency, the other of sparks, the other of abruptness. We have two messages here, two messages. We have to go check these things out. Then we have This is for 2025. We have the King of Pentacles, which is money is to be had. Now, on the surface of it, this looks like pretty good. But sometimes the things that look good are not necessarily good, as well as sometimes things that are bad are not bad. Now we have here the Page of Pentacles. There's a lot of money to be made if we do things a certain kind of way. And the Page of Pentacles. This could be if we all support AI and we all go according to the program, we have a chance to eat at the banquet. We feast at the banquet. We have a chance to get some money in our hands too. So there's two conflicting ideas. A lot of messages in this reading. And we have the Queen of Pentacles. Wow, look at this. We have the King and Queen of Pentacles. There's a lot of do it my way. Do it this way. So it's almost as though we have here, look at this. We have the Page of Pentacles and we have the King and Queen of Pentacles. Money is going to be in a certain type of performance. If you do what we say, you get money. If you don't, there's no if yet. You do what we say, we'll give you a program to follow, and you follow it. So here now we have the Cup of Wands, the two knights, two messages, the Knight of Wands and the Knight of Cups with the Sun. First of all, let's investigate what these cups are. All right? Let's investigate what these cups are. All right? Let's see. Let's take a different deck. Let's get metaphysical on this. These are tarot of light. Okay? This is a tarot of light. All right. Let's shuffle. All right, we're shuffling these. And we're going to see. We're going to see just what. Now, let's look at this Knight of Cups, all right? The Knight of Cups. The Knight of Cups. Let's look at that first. Our first card, the Knight of Cups. All right, Knight of Cups. What is being soothingly offered? What is being soothingly offered? Let's take two cards and we'll find out what is being offered. Oh, two cards of this. Well, Nine of Wands and the Defender. Protection. Knight of Wands and the Defender. We're offered protection. Okay. That's what the first thing we're offered is protection. Which is something that everybody is not rubbing into anybody's wounds. We're offering protection. We're offering them and us. Them against us against them type of thing. Kabish? Understand? So this is a them and us. Now the next one we have is the Knight of Wands. Knight of Wands. Knight of Wands. Is this okay? Let's see what the Knight of Wands message is. Knight of Wands. Okay, we took two cards for this one. Knight of Wands. Knight of Wands is the nurturer, the world, and the apprentice, the Page of Wands. Look at that. Wands. Well, this is almost as though it's saying, well, this is embracing the world, a worldview, and the worldview that we must protect ourselves against. We must protect ourselves against a force. We must be proactive. We must keep our military. This is military. I would say this nurturer. We're living. This is, and this apprentice of wands with this knight of wands is advocating military readiness. And this one is also in that light because the nine of wands is something that would actively indicate stress. And the might, the appearance of might, is supposed to be comforting. Okay? So they're not really against each other, they're just more of the same. So let's find out what this sun is. Now, this sun is this, what kind of sun is this? What is this? What is this? So it's so far, it seems that military readiness, might, the might aspect, MIGHT, is going to be the belt on the waistband, so to speak. It's going to keep the pants up. We have the sun. I'm going to take this one and this one more for the sun. This one. Now, for the sun, three of coins. We have the eight of wands. There's lots of energy. And we have the four of vessels. The four of vessels. And this is our readiness. Stand by and be ready. Stand by and be ready. This is what we're supposed to feel good about. That if something happened at a moment's notice, we have the right people who are there, and a readiness to call to action. That's what this is. A readiness to call for action. You see? The sun. We consist of the three of coins, the nine of wands, and the four of vessels. Four of vessels means like, it's not immediate action. And that's almost in direct opposition to the nine of wands, which is, nine of wands, though, is also a burden. It's not just like, it's not like the eight of wands. However, it's actively accepting that things will get better. This is the hope. The sun is the hope, especially with the three of coins, with the nine of wands. Actually, no, wait a second. I was wrong. This is the eight of wands. Excuse me. This is the eight of wands. Yeah, it was initially. Yeah, well, the point of the matter is it's an energetic field. The two are directly, they're directly opposing each other. This is super activity. This is nothing happening. This is quiet. This is loud. This is growing. This is harvest. So it's two sides that are going to be joined together to ensure that we have a readiness, a peaceful. They will coincide with each other. They will they will like the readiness. Sun is the readiness factor, and we should be happy that they're going to say that we should be happy, which is this whole message, which speaks of military, that we're ready. We're ready. We're ready to defend this one, the King of Cups. We're ready to like help your miserable lives with the Nine of Wands and the to defend, and we're ready to be proactive to like extend that help to anybody who needs it, our help. So that's almost like an invitation that the United States is going to go into um, proactive for any country it feels that it could have a gain from. Any type of hegemonic activity that is necessary to have a gain from. So they're going to be looking for things to get involved with to take the. The United States is going to be very people. Aggression will pay off. This is what they're saying. This is a military scene here. This is a very military scene. So I would say that a very pro-American in conversation. A very pro-American. You see where I'm coming from this? The Knight of Cups and the King of Wands with the Sun. It all bespeaks of military activity, of which it's acknowledging that there is a sluggish scene going on. But don't worry because I got your back. I got your back. We got your back with these two. And the whole thing is, there's a lot of things going on, but we can handle it. We can do this. So we can handle each thing that happens. You're going to feel that way. Now, so you feel a certain confidence, and then you feel that there's going to be some money. There's going to be some money around. We have the King and Queen of Pentacles. This definitely denotes uh, something with the stock market. Something. Actually, it's almost as though we would like do something aggressive to kickstart our economy, to make people buy or deal with Americans. Something is going to make the country feel like bravo. Something connected with money. The fact that Donald Trump has money, the fact that Elon Musk has money, they're going to shoot that idea that you too can have money. Shoot up the idea that you too can have money, to put it in such a crude way. Provided you are ready to do military, support the military. I feel strong military for 2025. Strong military action. And that is, one second. I heard a pussycat. I thought it was someone that needed liberation. No, so I say that it's 2025 is going to be a military year, and the fact that they're going to advocate that as being the way wealth formation. Now, either they acquire certain things by force, coercion, nudging. Now, the King and Queen of Pentacles. The King and Queen of Pentacles is this good acquisition. Is this corporate acquisition? Is this individual, is it you or I, going to get any money? Is you or I going to get any money? You or I going to get any money? Ah. You or I going to get any money? Who is going to get the money? Okay? Who is going to get the money? Now, there's going to be cash coming around this year, but who's going to get it? Were the usual suspects, the mafia, the Star Trek mafia getting the money? Who is going to get what? Let's see. Who's going to get this? Try, first of all, for the... No, it's hard to separate the king and the queen. Let's see, the king. The king, let's take a few cards and just see. Who's getting the money? There's money this year. There is money. Just like who is really getting over on the LA fires. A whole lot of people and a whole lot of space. Okay. Now here. So, okay. Now, who's getting the money in this scenario? The King of Pentacles, the Queen of Pentacles, the Page of Pentacles. So the first thing we're going to look at is the King of Pentacles, right? Even though it's hard to separate them. Well, first thing we got, the first thing we have here is skill set, tricks, kills, They're going to praise tech development, okay? Tech development, techies, tech, okay? Tech development. And also it says that it could also be robots. Not demand. It's like, and then to be on the lookout for something, it's going to happen. Our economy, this is all about high skill sets will bring in a resurgence of what? Activity. And then we have the King of Cups. The King of Cups. And it's something that everyone can benefit. It's something that we can have around the board benefit. Oh. Maybe. The moon always represents an uncertainty. So we can see that the pitch is going to be, the high skilled pitch is going to be, they're going to be pitching tech. And that there's a trickle down effect to you or I. And here is the Nine of Pentacles. So they're going to have a whole lot of tech things going around. They're going to advocate doing this, extended reality, doing the whole digital thing. And it's definitely what they're going to be pushing. That's the basis of their money scene here. So we have military and we have military on this side. We have a strong, the Knight of Cups, the Knight of Wands, and the Sun. It's a strong military action as we investigated that. And the Pentacles are all about tech. They're going to set the stage for robotics, for highly skilled workers, and hope that it could with the moon, hope that it will trickle down to you and me. So our economy will be moving. In a direction that that, of course, it's easy to say that because half of the new cabinet coming in are all connected in tech. And every time they have a machine they could put a screw on to something, they go, oh, fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. So we have a military society that worships technology. Now let's see the Page of Pentacles. That would almost represent you or I. How does this trickle down go? How does this trickle down go? All right. This wants to come too. All right. Let's see. Trickle down. All right. Now here. Now this Page of Wands. Okay. Page of Wands. First thing we have is the Death. Death card. Death card means change. Change. Abrupt change. Maybe it means that we can from going poor to having some money, to having a job, from losing jobs to getting jobs, the economy. And then we have here is the Fool. That calls it. That indicates. Look at these high cards too. High Arcania cards. Change is death. The Fool is adaptability and restructuring. Restructuring. That means you're going to be pushing people into certain occupations, pushing people to get the training and rehabilitation. And there'll be a lot of, does that work? Will that work? Because this is like something they're going to try. I say new training programs in tech and programs, training programs, re-education. Well, it doesn't look very cool for like you and I. Page of Pentacles. It seems as though a change is needed, and they're going to stress adaptability, but it could be a pause on it, and you can be like not getting a share of the loot, a share of the wealth that's supposedly being generated. Let's check out this further. Now, the King of Pentacles, that seems to also highly skilled. Watch out. Lots of things are coming, a lot of talk, and just wait. It's coming. So if you have a skill set already, that you may stand a chance to partake in some wealth building. That's what I see. And here, let's look at this Queen of Pentacles here. This Queen of Pentacles, which is more like the nurturer in a certain sense of a bullish society that you may or may not have a chance to participate in. Now, I'm shuffling these cards. And okay. Now, the Queen of Pentacles. Are we... It's just the receptivity. Yeah. Actually, these four are fine. Let's see. Okay, let's see this. The Queen of Pentacles. How is that? Well, again, so we're shopping around and looking at all the alternatives to the situation, keeping an open mind, and since this was inverted, And they're not going to, you don't have to keep quiet about it. Keep an open mind. You can, your skepticism about whether it will succeed or won't succeed is not going to be a secret. They're not going to, your detractors of the programs are going to be in full force. Of these programs that are going to be enacted to educate the public. Educate the public. And the other card we have, it's actually, we're gonna, there's a lot of detractors going to be, and it's going to take a heap of faith for an opportunity. There's going to be a lot of backdoor whispering, a lot of backdoor backstabbing, but if you have toughen up, you should be able to get some of that wealth building yourself. That's the atmosphere. That's the message that you're going to have to buckle up. And for this 2025, like they're going to have, it's going to be a military type of structuring going on. The fact that like we're going to have a lot of opposition, but we're going to like be advocating that Americans could fight their way out of a paper bag or anything. And we have the army and the resources. They're going to strengthen the military. The fact of the matter is, it's going to be very change. We're gonna the common person, the unskilled person, is still gonna have quite a leap of faith to do. But as long as they keep themselves positive, it's still going to be hard. Whereas the king, the corporations are still going to, they're going to like advocate for restructuring their businesses and bringing in people who have a variety of talent, mainly in talent of versatility. At least give the appearance of, and they're going to make you. They want to have you in the office. However, that's not really how feasible that is. Is like up for grabs. That is not the real issue. But the real issue is the corporations will make out like bandits. The poor person, the Page of Pentacles or the idea is retrain yourself, and we can build up this economy, and that we can. It's going to take a lot of work. It's going to take a complete 180 turnaround. And they're willing to do a 180 built on a military might. The fact that the United States says, like, they're going to have to come clean about the drones and what's happening. But I say, and because Queen is definitely, there's some shopping, there's lots of stuff to endure, but there's opportunity if you just toughen up. That's the whole thing. Toughen up, be Americans, or be whatever country you're from, Britons, or be like Indians, be whatever, but like be available, be able to take the punches, and you're not going to have safe language or anything like that. Just go ahead and, almost like F you, I need work and I'm here to do it, that type of thing. To be more aggressive with your stance. Like, where do you stand? I could do it. And why can't, and I'm the best person for this, and stuff like that. Confidence. So that's what this whole, so going to be lots of energy around, lots of things happening, but it's a lot of it is just mind control, positivity in the fact of that will be out for 2025 in terms of like might makes right. That's what I see for 2025. The military is going to spend is going to be a big section of the country as well, military and tech, those two things. And they're going to be pumping statements out to us to keep the civilizations, the people, the civilians, bold. In other words, suck it up. They're going to tell us to suck it up, change and become more adaptable. And as soon as things get more moving ahead, they'll have enough enough for you to have some of the pieces of the pie. And that's kind of like what it is. That's what I see for 2025. That's what I see. Now, how do you feel about that? Do you feel that like this is going to be a very military 2025? I also have all these issues to discuss. To, I think they're going to get rid of a lot of. They're going to get rid of a lot of people because they're going to say these people aren't doing it, and I think that in the military aspect of things, the Knight of Wands, change of leadership is a good thing. We're going to stress that. And they're going to get rid of a lot of the dead weight. The Knight of Cups is a invitation to get rid of a lot of politicians, um, executives that aren't doing anything or are just not promoting the message that's necessary. So it's a restructuring, a total restructuring of the scene in which to bring upon this feeling of might, this feeling to energize. And the whole thing of you having millionaires, billionaires running the show is that supposedly they're not in it for the cash. They want to have everyone have a piece of the pie. Of course, we do know that is not exactly what it is all about. I mean, yes, wealth sharing is important, but are you actually going to get that? Are you going to get that? And again, like every type of movement, it's not exactly your benefit. So as long as you keep in mind that there's a a hegemonic, and even too, even before like Donald Trump's coming in, you have I'm going to act with. Let's make Canada the 51st state. Let's buy Greenland. Let's rename. Let's do this. They're already starting large and like making people, others, feel uptight about territory and the way things are, as if a name change is going to really make a difference. It's just confusing the issue. The issue is a dying economy. The issue is digital, is like roboting, metaversing everything. And that is not something that is making everything digital, taking away, like there's a place for you, even though every job is like being emptied. Does that make sense? Even though jobs are being emptied, you're supposed to have a place. And where is your place? Your place is going to be in the military, in the military. Economies are going to be using robots built on synthetic data. So they're like fine. But of course, are they really going to like have people buy their things? The government will issue more contracts. Will they be answering our UFO or space aliens? Aliens. Show us what a real alien's like. That's another reading. That's another reading. But I see military and technology, which is that's the core basis of all the people that they have hired is digital tech, communications, and and acquisition people. And just calling people names is not the way to go. But they're like, we're rich and so can you. You can be around us. That's a little rough. That's a little tough. That atmosphere. I mean, you would take New York City with their congestion tax. That's pretty rough. There's subway violence. That's pretty rough. There are no bail laws. You can rape somebody and be out in a few hours. That's pretty rough. Stab somebody. That's pretty rough. So there's lots of kinky things going on. Lots of things that could be painful. This strange kind of atmosphere. Strange atmosphere. I keep on hearing a kitty go meow, meow, meow. What is it? I don't know. What is this kitty cat? I don't know. Somewhere. Hear meow, meow, meow voices. Anyway, that's what I see. Now, if you would like the personal reading to see how you yourself can fare in this military tech environment, as well as, so we're going to have military tech and drone activity, and we're going to have space Star Trek. So, military tech, well, militarized Star Trek environment. How are you going to how deal with this? Deal with this. That's the ultimate. Where's your place in it? Are you going to be well, if you have a tech reality, you have to have some functionality in the business, some functionality in the business. So you either like front or back end coder, or engineer, or you manage the intake, the data management, or something, or the maintenance of the machines, or something connected with tech, so you can find how do you get your share of the wealth. And then if they intend to hire from foreign countries because they keep on insulting the IQ of Americans, that is going to be a little struggle. But then again, let's say they have programs that they're going to teach Americans how to be function in tech. But that's been going on already. Then they're going to still have to find people who are willing who want to sit in front of a monitor all day or several monitors all day. So that's another thing. But in the meantime, and of course, John Deeks is, they're having robot tractors to do farming, is robot this and robot that. Big thing with robots. So robots are like, of course, that's, Elon Musk thing. It's like, make everything a robot. Make everything a robot. There's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of confusion about where this is still going and be active. And of course, we will have our little skits of self-driving, self-moving equipment that turns on you. So it seems to be, well, the heavy military, components make it as though that they'll have to keep check on different activities. Lots of surveillance. Hi, how are you? Ah, Baba. Baba. Well, if you want a reading, we can do that. I can give you a personal reading and we'll find out how love is so confusing. Love is confusing. So many times you think that this is it, and then you find yourself like, stumbling block, what to do when you're already involved with a person, and you thought this person and you would just get it along so well. But then some kink, something happens, and you go, oh, it hurts. It hurts. Yeah, I mean, we've all been there. We've all thought, like, this is my man or this is my woman, and I'm going to live like this. And then all of a sudden, something happens. And then the person gets scared, and then you're dealing with so much. So, those kind of things really require like individual readings. And for those kind of readings, I like to be paid for that because that really involves like going into and examining the ether surrounding both of you and bringing a certain amount of intuition as to, well, definitely intuitive about how to jump, how to go in the straight and narrow, how to like navigate, what to do, actually, what to do. You can always run away, but it's hard to run away when you're in pain. It's hard to, did I make the right decision? Did he make the right decision? Should I try harder? Or like, am I being selfish or what? Am I being what am I being? Those are all the things. What am I being? I know. It's just like, oh, been there, done that. And like, any decision you make now affects your entire life. I mean, once you like, you extend yourself and you open yourself up and then like, it crumbles or it's just like gets twisted, that's it. It gets twisted. If you move one way, you move another way. That it's like you carry your legacy. You're carrying years, and like you can always wonder what happened, or I mean, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts to make a decision in either direction, and then if the person just like gets scared, people get scared when they just realize that like they've got to make a they have to make a yes or a no, or they have to make a decision. Am I going to stay with this person? The other thing, too, is sometimes you have to think about, is this person has to go through something that I don't have to go through? Like sometimes let's say you've been knocked on the head a few times. I'm just, just saying it. Not, I mean, actually knocked on the head. But you've got, uh, realization. You either, oh man, I know what that is. Okay, I understand. But the person you're with has never been through that. I feel it. I know what I should do. So then you have to relive the situation while that person with that person that you've already been through. So that's also something. Well, anyone who wants a personal reading, you have to donate. I need some money for this because this requires a lot of energy and a lot of, I need to be paid. So if you could make a donation through Cash Apps, that would be great. Because I do a lot of free things and personal readings there, they take a lot out of me because I'm really going to dive into. I mean, so many times I wish that before I entered something, I had consultation, which I didn't. I just was like moving around like a wild, rabbit or something, a rabbit something. Like, wow, I allowed myself, and when I think about things that happen, I needed someone to like discuss things with, and there was like you do need to have opinions And psychic readings about if you can time warp yourself, that's also beneficial. It's very beneficial. It's also beneficial. But I mean, once the decisions, those openings, I mean, between people having, I mean, the time, you're both open to like, getting it on and sharing, and all of a sudden you get like a kink happens. And that's something that you have to, you didn't think about it. And then all of a sudden you have to think about it. And it's like, huh, what do I do? What do I do? But anyway, if you would like to have some real psychic input, you have to pay for it. Right away, we know that 2025 is a year that we're going to see a lot of changes, and we're already like put to be this fear element. But anyway, one thing about like too, you have a society that things are just happening. I'm sure in every country, so many people are getting away with so much, which I think is confusing to the people, to the civilians when they read about people getting away with so much. Like, how come this mayor of LA, she's still keeping her job so far? And she was like, missing in action. And she just like, it seems as though she set up something. I mean, it's suspicious, right? Suspicious. But I mean, when people want to have honest relationships, and then you see examples like these people in front of your face that do not seem to have they have suspicious, it's suspicious. That makes everything you do suspicious. So I'm just trying to say that we have to we have to navigate very carefully. I mean, it's hard to know. Like, it's almost as though the usual ways aren't going to be working because we're dealing with so much fantasy too. There's so much fantasy in 2025, which continued from the past years too. And the thing is, we're growing up as a race of Homo sapiens. We're growing up. We're not growing down. We're growing up, and we're realizing something's up, and it's not natural. It's not natural. And we're being played too. We're being played by every single government. We're being played. We're being played like chess pieces or something. And and is that something that is fulfilling? I think in relationships too. In your love life, if you realize, okay, you love someone, no, two of you together, but if you're in a society that's playing games, and then let's say you stay together, let's just say, then getting supporting each other day by day, and then if you bring children into the world, you bring children into the world under these game playing, then you have to watch your child being brainwashed into the same shitty environment that is we didn't clear up yet. I mean, how can we keep on generation after generation after generation of jokes? I mean, they take us as jokes. That's why they tell us this baloney. They tell baloney, like saying that LA fires are climate change. Instead of somebody struck a match. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it doesn't, it's like it never stops. We are not getting what we need. And that type of like yearning, that type of insecurity, that type of like fiasco, false face, is what's deafening our society and making us feel, besides stupid, not dependable. Giving us a whole bunch of hysterical problems that we don't need. We don't need, but we're getting them. And that's irritating. I mean, at least tell you the truth. I mean, even if you, let's say you yourself personally can't do anything about a situation, at least level up to the situation. It's like having an avalanche and or a tsunami. I'm not telling people that a big 72-foot wave is coming your direction and you're going la 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 la, about around your day, but in X amount of hours you're going to be hit with a wave of crap and everything will change. And that's one thing that all these governments, all these people, these politicians are guilty of, and giving the corporations that are rogue, the mafia, the Star Trek mafias, a chance to really prolific, spread around, get and become more numerous. And then they say the usual suspect. It's either because there's too many people on the planet, we're using all the resources, it's carbon, it's this, it's that, it's climate, oh, it's disease, it is maniacally boring. It's not uplifting. It's not growing. It's not growing. It's not growing. And I know for a fact that we can grow. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. It's like what a way to, what a stinky way to spend your life when you're around that type of thing. I mean, magic is right now they're depending on machines giving magic. Now, magic is all around us. Even the fact that we have physics say that we have 11 dimensions. CERN has come out in Switzerland saying we have 17 dimensions. Now, doesn't this call magic? Doesn't this bespeak a magical environment? Energy is magic. You can't see it. Yeah, we can see lightning, but we're talking about a magical force. Now you have to get certain amount of like something growth to be able to participate beyond length, width, and area. Length, width, and area, which is one the basic elements that they teach you from when you're very small. Length, 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 width, and area. Now, that's only three dimensions, right? And there's so much more. There's so much more. They're not telling us our true history, our true power, because they don't, then we will not be dependent in the way that they need us or give the money and the adoration. Oh, boss, you're so great. You're so great. Oh, this is so fabulous. We won't be saying that because it'll just be, is that all? Is that all? Huh? Okay. All right. Thank you. They don't want that. They need to be, worship, worship, worshipped. And and then you have like little kids being put in this, your babies, your future children being raised in this same malarkey. And even more so because they already have these pandemics, humans are dirty, they have to wear this and that, they have to be like, this whole medical bureaucracy of which is not very uplifting at all. It's not uplifting at all. It's not set to uplift you. So these are the things. But remaining calm, dies intuitive, and try getting yourself to be as psychic, spiritual. You know, looking at the abundance in front of yourself. And it's very hard to look at the abundance when your refrigerator is empty, or your love life, you're sleeping by yourself, and you want to have a partner, and you want to have the things that you should have, but yet you're being told there's too many children in the universe. There's too many. And the very people are usually saying this are like very wealthy, well-heeled people. They have lots of money. So you have a feeling that they should know what they're talking about. But then again, you're not taking into consideration it could just be selfish. And they don't want you to have what they have. And even the fact of like, you don't need to know the secrecy. There's who really runs this show. Even you take like Joe Biden, President of the United States, with his obvious mental decline, kept in office until the last minute. That shows you that you can infer a lot of things from this. But the fact of the matter is, it happened. It happened. It happened. And what does that do? That morale to everyone else? Well, not good things. Not good things. And it makes people that are, mentally incompetent feel that they can do more than they can do. It just is dumbing down the society. What dumbing down the society than people going around and saying, "I'm so great," and then you look at them and say, "Well, gee, if I started out like in terms of Elon Musk, if I started out with an emerald mine, I'd be pretty positive too, right? If my dad was bragging he had so much that he couldn't shut his safe, well, gee, if." So, and then these people come in front of your face and they speak as though that something's wrong with you if you can't pull these things together, or you're stupid, or you're this, or you're that. That's where the military comes in, because it's give you a chance, they say, to acquire some wealth and status. Of course, they're just going through the motions of just population reduction, because that's all wars really are, besides the transference of real estate. And they can call it a lot of things, but that's what it is. Now, when you meet somebody you love, they're going to be scooted off to the military. So, I mean, it's all these things you got to like weigh. Then you can get yourself an old guy, somebody older than yourself, and then you can feel that, he's already petered out, or are you missing out? Are you trading? Are you trading security for day by day building special things? It's confusing. It is confusing. It's confusing. It's very, 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 very confusing about what to do in a time capsule, in a society that already has you pegged out. And then, of course, and then they put this whole thing in the Americas about like, well, it's not your fault. It's not your fault you were born a certain kind of way. We can change all that with education and therapy. And then there's always friends that think that, you have missed out because something genetic, something about, well, there's just so many factors, so many factors, so many, 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 many factors. But you got to have a tough skin. You got to be toughened up. The societies are not working. and they're trying to find ways of which to buy time. Buy time. And then you have to wonder, what are they trying to buy time for? Military involvement. I think this coming 2025 we'll see not peace, not peace. I think it will see, wartime action. Wartime action. Which are trying to galvanize the people into feeling it, feeling the wartime, with promissory notes of you're going to get some. That's what I say. That's what I say. Well, would anyone like a reading? I'm going to take a break. Let me get some tea or coffee or something. I'll be back. Hello, hello. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to have myself a banana. I was just reading that Biden said, of course, the fires spread in LA because there was no water in the water hydrants. Because, check this out, because they turned it off because they were afraid that the wind would knock down the wires. Isn't that stupid? How is that logical? And would start more fires, which, I mean, there are already 5 fires. 400,000 people have been evacuated. I mean, it can't get much worse, right? I mean, who has brains around here? I mean, who has brains? Right. You're having the worst fire in the history of your city. You turn off the water. You give away. You cut the budget of the fire people, firefighters, by $20 million, and then you give away to Ukraine all your fire equipment. So to help Ukrainians halfway across the world. I, I mean, and then your dumbbell mayor goes on a trip to Africa halfway. I mean, what is this? And she knows, and she knew that the weather was bad. She knew. She had a weather report. I mean, idiots. I know. Like one thing. Like I'm in an area. They smoke a lot of pot, a lot of marijuana. They have dispensaries, pot shops. And I'm up in the mountains too. They have, I think, they have 4 pot shops, big ones. 1, 2, yeah, 4 in a 10-mile area. Check that. Isn't that crazy? In 10 miles, 4. I mean, what is this? This is insane. I mean, are these, plus they have liquor stores everywhere. Are these people going to work and like smoking, doing drugs and having, whiskeys for, whiskey sours for lunch? I mean, tell me. I mean, somebody's drinking and somebody's doing, and getting stoned and doing drugs. This is too crazy. Right. I mean, and then they have, I think they also have hard drugs too, harder drugs than just I mean, marijuana is pretty intense, but they have like heroin places that you can in this state. I'm in New York. They have heroin dispensaries or something like that. They have where you can, safe places, I know, where you could suppose safe, right? That's a phony word. Where you can go in and do your drug dealing, drug injections, and they give you the syringe or whatever the straw, whatever you put it up your nose or into your veins, and that's supposed to be good. I don't understand it. I don't. Can you imagine what they do in L.A.? I mean, they even have people in LA that eat cannibals. There's a photograph or two of like some creeps that somebody got hit by a train and the body parts, they were smashed up. So some freak comes along and like gnaws on, takes the leg off, takes a leg that fell off of the person by the train, and then starts eating it walking down the street. That's LA. That's LA. I mean, this is crazy. Now the whole thing, yeah, the mafia family, that's what you got in this country too. They don't want to talk about the mafia families. I mean, but you can tell that they got some heavy duty mafias here because nobody can burn that much. 5 different fires burning crazy. And nobody is going to be, no water, no mayor, no fire equipment, and no insurance. They canceled insurance. Now, I mean, one of those things would be enough, let alone Probably missing something else too, something other detail. But that is just like such a setup. And they're going to say the stupid, governor says climate change. Oh, God. I mean, what mafia family is he being sponsored by? It's just too crazy. It's too crazy. Did a drone do it? Maybe, maybe. I mean, we're not giving. I mean, if this is just too much, you know, nonsense. Too much nonsense. It's funny. And then we have a nerve in this country, the USA, to laugh at, Mexico or Canada, any place else. And look at the garf that is going around here in this country. It's totally wacko. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And what is that synthetic stuff they have? I know it's just totally absurd. And then we're supposed to feel, well, I'm really glad that person is getting safe, whatever drugs or safe booze. I mean, it's the same thing. And if you think back to the, the 40s or the 30s when they had prohibition, which was like you couldn't sell booze, you couldn't sell alcoholic beverages. So then that's how the mafia really, got its name through like dealing with liquor and the usual whore, sex, and whatnot. So I mean, stuff has never changed, nor have they ever been really had their feet. They never caught him. They just caught a few romance figures, of which they just made movies about. But the real stuff has never been cornered, and it's just gotten Star Trekky. It's got. I mean, as I said, they all have heavy duty equipment, scientists, facility, real estate. I mean, and they also now have, flying saucers and drones. I mean, you know that these gangsters don't have the drones you get at Walmart, right? These rogue people. They don't have the Walmart one of the cute little, six-legged things going over your head. No. Hi, how are you, Keisha? Case, Casey's. I'm good. How are you? How are you doing? We're just talking about the idiocy that we're trying to 2025, what we were living in, what idiocy. Trying to get, and trying to get like some fathom about how we can navigate a constructive life among all this stupidness. Because that's all you could say is just they talk about us being dumb. I mean, they have a nerve because the establishment itself breeds stupidness, and they want us dumb and to believe any type of like BS that they care to share. Right. Any type of BS they want to share, and that's. I mean, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of these actors, these puppets, these nimrods, these empty shells coming up with all this climate. And the whole thing about the climate is saying it's too much carbon. The air itself is 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen. And it's only like decimal point 0.04% carbon dioxide. But yet, what do they squeal about? Carbon dioxide. It doesn't make it. I mean, how dumb can you be? How dumb can you be? It's so insulting to. I'm insulted. I'm insulted for people who don't. I mean, I looked it up, and I was thinking, why are they talking about carbon dioxide? And I was thinking that okay, the air is like carbon dioxide and oxygen. I didn't realize the whole thing is like filled with nitrogen. I should know that. I should know that, but I just took it for granted. Because you listen to the rhetoric, and you go, and the same thing. All these fires are started by climate change. Now, excuse me, what part of nitrogen and oxygen makes fire? Huh? I mean, what part of it? What part of it? Where's the match? Where's the match? Tell me. Where's the blowtorch? Where's the direct energy beam? Tell me, where is it? So that's what we're talking about. Stuff like that. Like, how can you have a successful career? How can you have a successful love life, and give your, how you can bring children into a reality that's so dumb, that's so stupid. I mean, really, how can you let your kids, if you have kids, if you're going to have kids, go to school in a public environment or even private school, and for them to teach you this garf, teach you this baloney, profess to know this baloney? And I mean, I'm not saying that I haven't done, like, I'm a visual artist, I'm a designer, but I've done a lot of stuff like that, and I have, you know, been with people that profess this climate change, and I have done a few things visually, but at the same time, uh, I just can't believe the passion and the propaganda that's going towards it. And yes, it pays. It pays to be a propagandist, but at the same time, you got to say it's like the whole alien realities, the drones, the orbs, the this, the that. It hasn't stopped. The fog that we've had. In that fog, did you see that they had photographs of, like, overnight, mind you, they had fog for like a day and a half, and then as soon as the fog disappeared, they had hair on the ground, on the ground that was about like this much, like 3.5, 4 inches, and it was stiff, straight hair. I mean, I've seen. Remember, I'm sure as a kid too, you saw, like, when you have an orange peeling that, like, cliffs, got behind your bed, or you left someplace, and then you saw that black hair and black moldy, fuzzy things around it. But that took quite a while, and it was, you touched it and disintegrated, right? It wasn't like tough. But this fog that they have around, you you can pick up that hair. They showed photographs. You pick up that hair from, and these weren't people gaming us either. Pick up that hair, and that stuff was tough. That stuff was tough. And it was right away, overnight. And they were saying, oh, that's just fungus. That happens, that fungus. I've never seen fungus. And I've been out and I had a farm. I had this, I had that. I'm a city person, but I have had a farm, and I do know the country. Now, and I'm also in the country right now. But the point is, you don't see stuff like that. I mean, come on. Don't try to pull like numbers. And they're constantly pulling numbers. And you have to wonder, just what is the end goal of all this? And it stinks. It smells. I mean, so many things are going down that are suspicious, and they stink. And to find, even when you find somebody you love, how can they got to be on the same page with you. You got to be skeptical, and you got to keep calm. You got to keep calm and be rational. And then there's so many people who go like, oh, I can't deal with this. I don't, you're bringing me down. You're like, oh, oh, oh. And there, in the meantime, you have the governor in California, while it's still burning, saying it's climate change. So that's how we're trying to see, how do we motivate ourselves, have relationships, have careers amidst all this stupidity. That's what we're doing. Amidst all this stupidity. That's, and grow spiritually too. Not become hardened, not be just because everybody's on a different wavelength, or just like, eating up the garf garf. I'm just going to call it garf garf because it's the BS. They're just swallowing it like it was pasta. How do you navigate all this? How can you navigate all that? And when they're like, you can't talk about these things because you're not supposed to talk about these things. You're just supposed to, like, accept whatever fancy show or trip that's given to you. So that's what we're talking about. Just how do you get real? It just doesn't make any sense. Like, I really realized that recently, like I think last night, I was saying there's got to be I mean, there are mafias on every single layer. I mean, the old school crime scene is non-existent on a scale that it's is being perpetrated as. Because when you see all those drones and orbs, and they were attacking each other, and they were this and they were that show of force, that wasn't just training. That was like all the rogue people, and it's almost like the cops and the robbers with their drones and their orbs and their spaceships. I mean, everybody's showing their force, and not just the U.S. government. I'm talking, because this stuff is international. This stuff is international. It's not just one particular country. So they're trying to like who has the strongest might, and then the fact that you can't even talk about these things. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. I mean, excuse me, something right over your house, something in your night air, going swish 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 swish, and you can't talk about it. This is like weird. Exactly. It's like a movie. We are in sci fi reality. It is. And then you think about maybe that sci fi movie I watched, and I'm talking all the B movies from the 50s. I love old sci-fi movies. That's the only way you're going to get any truth. Isn't that weird? That's kinky. That's absolutely kinky that you have to go to a movie to find out what's happening. And I remember some of those old movies, they had like, flying saucer. It attacks like a government facility. And of course, where do all the sci-fi, the drone activity, the saucers, the whole thing, they're at government facilities, nuke plants, this plant, that military. That's where they are. Like even in the state of New Jersey, in the USA, New Jersey has many facilities. It has about four or five, maybe five or six government military things, and it also has an underground base. I used to live in near the underground base. I had a business there, and constant drones. And this was in the 2020. Constant. I mean, every effing night, as soon as dusk came, those huge, big drones, and I mean they were big, and no noise, no noise. They were quiet, and they had the ability once you were staring at them, and I could say that like I had a place that one side was all glass. It was big. So I mean, obviously it was showtime. In fact, they even used to send like little tiny drones to go and like look at my windows, just because I'm a visual artist. So I do things, and they to look and see what I was doing. I was really. I said, "What pervert? What pervert? What pervert? What pervert is like checking me out?" It's like I found it like very intrusive. I didn't like it. Of course not. I mean, I don't mind giving a show for somebody, but let it be my decision, not because you're like going to say, check me out. I don't like it. And so I'm just saying the fact that New Jersey has a lot of sightings because it has a lot of military bases, as well as it has these nuclear reactors in South Florida, in Salem, I think it is Salem, around that area, So I mean, and that too, you got to think about this. All the universities have their own little mini nukes too. The nuclear reactor. The reactor doesn't have to be this huge thing. It could be like the size of a bowling ball. So you have a lot of activity, lots of reasons. So it's all very precarious. And no discussion, of course, no discussion. And then for a big distraction from the fog, the strange, heavy um, nanoparticulate fog that people have observed, we have the Great Fire, the greatest fire ever in LA. And we have a few celebrity houses as well as like everybody else that have been demolished. So it's a constant. It's constant. It's constant. Yeah, I mean, you see these old movies, and you can see like space invaders and stuff like that. I guess that's what the purpose of a sci-fi movie is, because I guess even too, maybe I should start watching the old Star Trek ones from the '60s or '70s, whatever that was. Those old sci-fi, Captain Kirk things, because I mean, this is what's happening. It's already been said by a number of investigators that that these countries have these Star Trek abilities that you see in the movies. That was what Star Trek was like, 120, no, 120, 60 years ago or so, something like that. But so, I mean, they already have these things. Then I was wondering too that when you remember in Star Trek, I think I watched a couple episodes, that they have like, hangout scenes, they have bar scenes, and they have all types of strange looking aliens, all types of characters. I mean, Star Wars too, same thing. And then, as if, am I to expect that? Am I to expect that kind of reality? Right? Are we to expect that kind of reality? And why don't they get it over with and just tell us that's what you got to expect, that kind of reality? Because they're not going to look like us, because they're us is us and them is them. But instead, they kind of like fool around with like absolute nonsense, absolute nonsense, talking about crap, crap. And then they tell us we're stupid. It just doesn't add up. It just doesn't add up. Yes. Yes, a color. Lectures of color. Color is amazing. They are amazing. I mean, the energy that's emitted from a particular, if you talk about primary color, well, even too, I mean, even different animals, bugs see colors different, cats see colors, dogs see colors differently than humans. That's why they're kind of always uptight about having, pets or biology in general. But there's something going on. I mean, I think that we're like infiltrated by alien species. That because it just doesn't seem as though a lot of things are done with human. I mean, bad type of humans, but it just seems there's something more than that. And it trickles down to our workforce. It trickles down to our relationships. It trickles to our place of worship. Like, where do we get this bloodlust from? Where do we get this, dominance and submission stuff from? It's and we're supposed to all be friendly and ha ha, be quick to laugh. And then you have incidences like what's happening in LA. Who's going to benefit from LA's being destroyed? Hmm? They wanted to get rid of the homeless people, so they started a fire. I don't think they started a fire where the homeless people are. They started a fire where residential people are. So it's very strange and suspicious. Yeah, it's changed. It's strange and suspicious. Very strange and suspicious. I mean, that's the whole thing. I mean, even if you take like, and then too, the whole thing about all those space movies is the fact that they always have the traitor. By he or she, usually he travels with a small staff of two or three people, or one person singular, and he goes around in a little tiny like capsule, and they go around trying to find where the minerals are, where the wealth is, so he can like. And usually somebody spikes him or invest money in him for the fuel, etc., fuel allowance, for him to go and find out what asteroids have the diamonds and the gold and the precious metals, so the corporation can 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 continue their wealth. And it's just like Africa when they settled Africa. I mean, Elon Musk is African, South African. Now he doesn't look like the Africans I saw in Tarzan, but like his father owns the emerald mine, right? Now who now some who owned that before he did, right? Now it's the same philosophy now that they've tied up a lot of the wealth in lands, Africa being the last big place. If they're hopping around in space trying to find what asteroid, what planet has wealth, has the wealth. So it's kind of, it all is funky. It all is funky. And that you were supposed to, you know, we're supposed to not be confused, not be, we're supposed to be steadfast and wait for the word and just imagine, watch our sci-fi movies, right? And our sci-fi movies are ourselves, is our living conditions. We're living sci-fi. We're living sci-fi. That's creepy, isn't it? You see this thing right here, which I'm still working on, and I have large things too, but this is a small thing. This thing is like, now this is a creature of light. This thing is an entity I'm making here. It's a creature of light. And you can really get the full glory of it, the full whatever, when it catches rays of light. But it's supposed to be dimensional. Like, I don't know how many there are here. I could count them. But this is like when you're some entities, some other space aliens, they cannot manifest their bodies in our environment. Or they can manifest them, but we can't see them because we're limited by our sight. Our, 4, 3, length, width, and mass abilities. So they're actually, we see them differently. And so this is, you know how you see in a movie, if you slow it down, like 24 clips equal 1 minute. 24 photographs when you want to make a movie, 24 photographs equal 1 minute. Like if you're, walking things, 24, click, 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 and then you get a hand that goes, you go like that. Basically, that's in a nutshell. So this is when you're dealing with interdimensional creatures that we cannot see their true form because we're limited. This is the slow walking, and then the light crackling, which I don't have the light here on it, but and so this is, and it's walking, and then each one, so it's just, so when it's walking, it's showing you, and so every time I work on it, I have to clean it up too. I didn't clean it up yet because I'm still working on it, but this is this. Check this out. So this is an entity. And this is, as I mentioned, this is something I actually saw, but not exactly in this form. But I saw all this crackling, glittering, big too, come towards me once. And so this is, personal experience. And I mean, there are like spirits, there are disembodied spirits, there are demons, malicious things without bodies. And there are space aliens, but then there's also entities without bodies. And there's lots of stuff. There's so much stuff that's even probably the reality is far more equals any type of movie that you or I have seen. Yes, it's creepy. Oh, it was damn creepy. I could still I've seen some entities in my life so far, and which at times made me move from the country to a city because I got tired of seeing things. But this one was out in the country, and it didn't seem like it was going to harm me, but it was coming towards me. But like but it was so sparkly. I mean, lights, these things, all these crackles, these crackle things, just like moving with all the closer and closer it came. And I went like, it didn't feel like harm coming to me, but it was definitely, I said, I am not going to wait here until that is right in front of me. One time too, let me show you. Let me say you something else I saw at the same place. This was one spooky, it was at an ashram actually. It was at like some kind of retreat for spirituality, of which, and I don't drink or anything. I mean, I drink coffee and that's it. But, oh yeah, here it is. Hold this, let me see. This is, let's see, where is it? I did a sketch of it. A quick little sketch. Let me see. This is one of my pussycats. It's cute, huh? Look at that pussycat. This is Queequeg. This is a pencil. Anyway, you can't probably see that too well in this lighting, but oh, okay. This was part of the place, but let me show you where that. Let me show you where. Oh yes, this scene. Okay. Now this scene I sketched it, and these are steps, right? And the place was hilly, and you walk way, way down. There was a pond, a lake. Yeah, this is full of lakes in certain parts of the mountains. Okay, now, okay, so down. Now, but over here, before you went down to the lake, you could walk around, and then you could climb up to another, layer and layer and layer. Because when you have lakes, you're dealing with a lot of hills and mountains. Anyway, you see this figure here? Can you check it out? See this? This right here. See, and I can't bring it too close because you won't be able to see it correctly. But this was a wraith. A wraith. This was dark at night. And all this here is a hilly mountain. These are some trees. This was grassy land and grassy things, grass. And this was like a path. And he climbed up the steps, and this thing was watching me. This wasn't a human. This was a wraith. A wraith. And it was like a female figure, and it was like shrouded in flowing like a robe. But isn't that weird? It was so weird I had to sketch it out too. I have a habit of taking things that I see, not all the things I see because I don't want to be reminded. But that was a haunting one. You can almost see this. The head was covered with something, but it was just standing there in the dark. But it was about again, I used to be around 12, of course, midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, running around in this estate, which it was safe from the public for the most part. But it was like this place that strange appearances of things. And but that was what I saw. That's what I saw. Creepy. It was creepy. Creepy. I mean, there was a lot. I realized there were a lot of demons on the place, on the property. It was like 80 acres. 80 acres of property. A lot of demons on this, spirits, low class, not low class, yeah, low class, lower energy demons. Lower energy demons. I mean, they weren't like full Megatron type demons that would kill you on the spot. It wasn't like that. Right? Right. Well, it's hard to be sometimes you could see the trees blowing on the other side of the lake, and they would blow in a certain type of way. Place was creepy, and full of creepy people too. Believe me, there was messages, and the guru who had the place, who eventually who was given the place, he was given it. He was dead 30 years already. He was deceased. So you had a strange bunch of wackos running it, and it was a real weird place. They always say that people can like when I read is going, it's been on my mind for a while. I'm sure a lot of people have ever since lockdown. That where the society is going, and to find a good group of people that you can communicate to is the way. To find people you can relate to, and they share common interests. So I have, ever since I left that business area where I was with that drone stuff, I was searching for a group of people that, you know, didn't take drugs, weren't boozers, and they had their heads enough together to realize that, the steps involved in rebuilding this or enduring what's going to either rebuilding their personal society or having the stamina to take what's going to happen. I'm still searching for the right kind of community to belong to. And so this was one I thought. I thought, like, 80 acres was big enough for a lot of people, but like there were like too many fruitcakes at the place. Too many fruitcakes. Well, it's almost like that, but it was not almost like that, but this was it was weird the way that dark figure was just staring me down. I mean, I couldn't see the face. There was no facial, no facial stuff, just a body mass. And it was not a human either. It was just, I mean, honestly, I'm getting out of here. I mean, of course, I split the area when I saw it, as soon as I noticed that, because it just had a very, very strange. But I was already aware that the whole estate, 80 acres, had some weird things happening on it. Even when it was like not a good place to be. Not a good place to be. I think when you're around a whole lot of like petty demons, petty spirits, I mean, it's almost like a nasty mischievous bunch of things. And then you have a lot of weak-willed people that like could fall into that kind of what do you call it? Game playing. So it's very parasitic, very parasitic. And then I just had to, I honestly thought that community life would, on that level, would be worth it, but it wasn't. I tried it, and I'm still searching for a community that doesn't like, they don't have to smoke pot all the time or any time, and just they didn't live in fear or dogma, other than just trying to be the best person they could be. So I'm sure as we all are, we're looking for the right people to be with, the right circumstances, without like going like, I worship AI, I worship like machines, and extended reality is beautiful, stuff like that. It's and having a digital twin is my goal. So I mean, it's very hard to find a balance. To find a balance, very hard. But it was like, I mean, I felt this rave, rather, rave, I keep on mispronouncing it. This rave was not a good thing. Not a good thing. This felt like an embodiment of negativity, but the detached kind. Like if it had any power to do anything, it would have just exhibited to me, just to see coldly and dispassionately. Hmm. Yeah, but it was like there was like when you're around. I mean, you take every community has its lore, right? Its way. No matter what your community looks like, small towns, cities, even a neighborhood in a city has its energy level, right? And like even if you go into Manhattan, you go like certain areas of Manhattan, Hell's Kitchen has a different vibration, Soho has a different vibration. Different areas have their own, spirits and energy level. I mean, I'm sure there's so many people, and then too, you have to go back to like this, times unseen, like 100 years ago, uh, 200 years ago, 1,000 years ago. I mean, things that happen on that particular property, that particular soil, that particular earth. So it's just kind of, I mean, there's life forms everywhere. Like even when I walk in the woods, I can see things in the rocks and the trees. the earth. And when I used to live abroad too, like I used to live in different countries, and often, often enough, when I first came into the country, sooner or later I'd run into some non-human or spiritual spirit. It hasn't happened. It's happened enough times. Okay, I won't say it hasn't happened that much. It's happened enough times. Like, and that is, I don't really enjoy those experiences. I don't really enjoy that. But I felt it because, like, one time I felt I was tagged by some entities in Switzerland, and I still feel that I was. And then I mean, each like when you come into a country by yourself, for instance, you know, you're the only, let's say, Australian, the only American, the only whatever, and you're in a completely different culture. Well, your vibrations set off the spirits of the spirits of the area, and they could feel that you have a different type of energy. So if you are like, if you can like have different parts of your like beta, you know, different energy waves, different frequencies that you emit, you will come in contact. I'm convinced of different entities of that area, and that has happened a few times. And well, I mean, there is the world of sight, and there's the world of on the unseen. There's several worlds. I mean, every religion has experiences with those kinds of the unseen, the world of the unseen. Well, you just don't have to read about other people's activity. You can they will express themselves to you, especially once you get your frequency, your energy, your electrical impulses a certain kind of height level. You will come in contact. I find that when I like do something creative, for me, when I draw, or when I draw especially, you know, I could also be like writing something too, but when I draw, I bring in energies. I emit a certain energy. And this is not, you know, this is just like me in my mind, in myself, just doing something that makes me grow like that. Like that. Simple. 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 And I'm sure if I was like knitting something and I was like, you know, doing that, you know, making something out of knit, it's just making things, being tactile, emits a certain kind of energy. Like that. A certain kind of electricity. I think it's very important for humans to keep their you know, mobile, actual motor skills together, no matter what they do. They can, you know, cooking, making things, um, anything. Actually, it's irrelevant what it is, but just like keeping your motor skills attuned to your brain waves. That's all. That's what it is. Like that. Yeah, I think it's very important, especially when they're trying to like make us little robots. Robots do this, robots do that. Listen to this. I mean, with too much, it stops the like even too. Like I even play like solitaire by myself because I mean, even though over and over and over and over again, but it still is paying attention, and I try to do as fast as possible. So I like, you know, it's a simple little things. I mean, it doesn't matter how complex, but it's just you know, dun, 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 dun. That whole impulse of growing. We have fingers. We're supposed to use them, not to press buttons and just to be like. You can't let yourself get too much into headsets and stuff like that. And you know, you can't keep yourself. You can't let yourself get too machine-like or be entertained by machines like that. You can't. You can't because it's much more. Because being human is very complex. It really is. There's a lot to it. There's a lot to being human that we do not. It's not appreciated. That even though that you don't know that we don't take care of our own, and because people are afraid that little boy or that little girl that maybe in infancy now will grow up and will surpass them, and that's not being human. They should encourage the little boy, the little girl to be all they can be, instead of cutting them down and giving them ridiculous issues to worry about or to think about. And that, unfortunately, is something that society has a problem with. Western. It has a problem. I think not even only in Western societies, all society, Eastern too. It's like the true value of humanity is not being utilized or even discussed. No, the horrible. It's when you want to see energy, you can see energy. Well, that I find disembodied. Okay, I find disembodied spirits in in places that have a lot of chaos, or places that are I don't know how to say it. Places that are haunted, or places. Some places the pure spirits come. Well, if you have a place like, let's say, a church, okay, or I mean any place where you have chanting, especially chanting prayer or chanting verses, that kind of thing, like that kind of energy, the buzz. And then you have people really, each one putting their different vibration to. That is calling, that's like emanating churches, cathedrals. They even take, like in France, in Notre Dame, that church, that cathedral there. You take St. John the Divine in New York City. And these are old structures of which the sound is incredible. Sound brings beings. It produces energy, and it brings the unbodied together back, and then certain places when you have retreats that they do a lot of the bzzz, right? Sound, the creator made this made our earth reality with sound. Sound is very the frequency of sound, which is why you take those atomic explosions of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, as well as what they're doing now. It reverberates all through the cosmic world, and it brings other entities to us that don't want to hear that. Number one, and it just brings it's an invitation. It's like, come and get it. It's like barbecue time. So it's stuff like that. So you don't have to go to a horrible place. And I think that, I think spirits attach themselves to different people too, if they're giving invites, which is why people have, like, you know, some people can feel very evil and very negative, and some people feel very positive. You can have good spirits and bad spirits. I mean, they just like to hang out, and that's the way it is. But I didn't have any of these. I didn't invite any of these spirits that I saw, like this Rafe. I didn't invite her. It, as well as this energetic energy creature that I saw. I did not, welcome, come and hang out with me. Mm-mm. No, but I was haunted by it until I like releasing it, and then I said, hmm, hmm, it's interesting, interesting. Well, yeah. I see. This is the point. The point is, as we grow, right? Grow, we're all. I believe. I firmly believe this. That we're all humans are capable of being psychic. And that's why we have 24/7 television, 24/7 radio, 24/7 activity to keep us from recognizing that we are psychic, we are clairvoyant. Like if you have a pet, now a lot of communication goes between you and that pet, right? You're not going to teach the pet A, B, C, D, E. You're not going to teach it the language, but the pet knows. It knows. You have this communication going on that's kind of like semi telepathic. It is telepathic, and you can understand where your pet is at as well. So I'm saying that 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 we all have gifts and abilities, some in a bigger degree than others. However, there's about 9 or 11 different states of what they call extrasensory, right? There's like 9 or 11 different things. And if we had a society that trained us from birth with what we do, what we are, who we are, in terms of our abilities, we'd be in a new consciousness. And what I try to do is to make up for that. I mean, in fact, we all are. We all are, and to try and stimulate others too, because that's our true nature. So when you are, when you see spirits, you have to, you can feel. See, and also to listen to this, in the 1800s, when spirituality was even at, was really at the apex of so many things. In the 1800s, you should be able to no, what's the word? The ether there's another word. I forget the word right now, but in the ether around us, the ectoplasma, in the ether, we should be able, some of us, to draw that out into physical. I mean, there are documented cases of spiritualists bringing body, like hands and stuff, out of the ether, out, out of the plasma around you, and visualizing it. These things have already been documented. You can go look it up. There's the documentation, and they try to say this is weird. I mean, especially now, I think there's really a battle going on between humans of like control. There's so much control. It's like they're just too much. There's no privacy. There's archaic way of thinking because they recognize that they've lost control and they're trying to like bring it in right now. When you bring fear instead of love, that you're using your like lowest base energy mode, below the belt, lower chakra stuff, instead of bringing it higher up, and uniting people through heart, through the top chakra levels of consciousness, levels of vibration. And so, I mean, I think that's why we have like sex. We have drugs. We have like our artificial, artificial and below the belt type of societies, because they do not want us to take our place in the stars. They do not want us to be who we can be, because then we upset the money value and the acquisition. So I mean, we have all these many problems, which where does that leave us? That leaves us empty. I mean, with morons running the scene. And for our future, it's iffy. It's iffy. Yes. It's iffy. It's iffy that we would really, because we're trying to, I mean, right now, like, let's say the Vatican, let's say the Pope Francis. Now, the Vatican is the size of Central Park, 9 miles, and yet they have a seat at the Council of they have a seat on the UN. They recognize as a power structure, But yet you take, and they, of course, they had a long history of dominance. But yet he had a ceremony on New Year's Eve, which culminated on the Epiphany, January the 6th, of opening the portals, the doors, and longitude and latitude, these portals, these 5 portals that he opened, they, if you graph them, it comes into the sigil, which are these ancient symbols for like the fallen angels. And these things are like centuries old. But if you graph them longitude and latitude, you have the sigil, that's what they call him, of Lucifer, right? Lucifer. And for a whole, in other words, he opened the portal, and the portal that he opened with the 5 doors, the 5 portals of which he himself used, that was in the diagram of Lucifer. Now, I know that they have a high intensity telescope too that they use the letters for them, which also spells Lucifer. Now, where is this at? I mean, excuse me, no. And it's supposed to, like, the whole purpose was for a whole year that you can get rid of your sin, and you can gain and escape punishment if you go through a certain rite at those portals. But the point is, it's kind of sick. It's like, what is this? What is this? This is another, like, it's a strange thing. Why are you opening up the portal to Lucifer, Catholic Church? So it's all these strange, things that are happening. And then, of course, you had the drones, you had the fog and stuff like that. So why do we have all these strange occurrences? What is the purpose of it? What is the purpose of it? So, I mean, and then too, if you ever looked at, the Vatican, I think like 3 years ago, like, I've never been to Rome, and I never went to the Vatican, obviously, but I looked at pictures of the St. Peter's Basilica, and you can go look at them too. I was amazed that the place looked like it was not. I mean, it didn't look heavenly. It looked. I mean, there's like a huge. Look like a big snake. Look like a big. I mean, the place is. Just look at Go and look at it. The photographs. I mean, it's the farthest thing from restfulness. It's the farthest thing. I mean, it makes what I've seen, in the dark coming towards me, it makes that seem mild. That place is like, has so much, like, very scary things, very scary images. It doesn't, it seems like a portal to some, like, the whole place seems like a portal to some kind of, place I don't want to go. And the violence, and somebody who does visual arts as myself, of course, it speaks another message to me. And because, I mean, it's a language. Visual arts is a language. And I find that that is not an angelic scene that they make. They make, like, more like it was it's horrible. I don't like it. And it just seems so serpentine like and aggressive, as opposed to being a place of penance, a place of being a place of worship. It just seemed like, whoa, you paid for this? You have all these images and these scenes, and they're all very, like, scary. You would take a look. Just go, St. Peter's Basilica, the Vatican. Take a look at it. It's pretty wild. It's pretty damn wild. So, I mean, if I saw, like, 1/8 of what those things represent, I would, like, hightail it out. But it's weird. It's more than weird. So it just seems they enjoy, like, creeping us out with different things. Use the word, yeah, or just something. And I was even thinking too, like, like the reptilian aliens, reptilians. I mean, even if they obviously they have technology higher than us, and if they really wanted to wipe us out already, they would have done so because they have plenty of opportunity. I mean, they've been coming here for ages, or they may actually even coexist here. I don't know. I'm just saying that if these aliens were like so scary and so this and that, they had plenty of opportunity already to wipe us out. So that's why I find that they should come clean about the UFOs, the development, because just to keep using us and keeping us ignorant isn't doing anybody any good, right? Hi, how are you? I'm good. I'm good. How are you doing? Yeah. So what's happening? And you know what's always weird too? I mean, why, especially the year of the snake, 2025, to finally, I mean, a snake is like, they lose their outer layer, they molt, they get rid of their old coverings and they become something new. At least we can get rid of some of the BS about like space aliens and come clean with things. I mean, don't experiment with us, throwing mysterious fog and see what happens to us. Things like that. And don't be saying like, oh, there's nothing to see when there's plenty of drones and orbs. I mean, nothing to see. What is it? And then they say like most people don't know. Well, I think you should go. I think that's like don't give me that excuse. That's the same thing of you having the world LA fires. My battery was going low. Yes, I can. I've acquired a donation though. I could definitely give you a reading. Let's move the spirits around. If you can make a donation, I'd appreciate it. Calling all good spirits, come. So if anyone would like a reading, please, I would appreciate it if you would give me a donation and we can get started. Yes. Saying spirits are. Did you do Cash App or Cash App is good. Or buy me a coffee. Mm. let me know when you finish that. But look a little bit more. But this is the depression. Let's see. This is love. Hmm. Let's see. Let me know when you do that. And then let's see, love. Hmm. Let's see. Just let me know when you've done that. I found this stone here. This one. I found it in a creek. And it has quartz in it. I don't know if you can see it very well. But it has, see these things here? These are quartz in this granite. It's very heavy stone too. It's kind of stone you can carry with you in the city and defend yourself with, like somebody's trying to clunk. But this is a heavy stone. It builds good muscles too. But it glitters. It glitters almost like pyrite. I love stone. I love stone. Look at all. It's all full of. You can't see it very well in this light. Well, Altair, 30. Are you still wanting a reading? Well, anyway, if you want one, you just let me know when you gave me a donation. Then we could start. And these are some potatoes too. They start growing. They're all shriveled up, but they're growing little potatoes. Now these are GMO. I'm not sure. These are not organic. I'm not sure if I could do anything with them, but potato plants are pretty. They are pretty. And this one just happens to be growing away. Look at this one. Look at this one here. It has all these things. Oh, look at that. Looks like a virus, doesn't it? The way that the computer generated viruses sticking up there like that. That's probably where they got the idea for the computer generated viruses. I have some viruses I've made. Some peace. It's It has two already done. Two big balls of viruses. I have a third one I'm working on now. And I have two large knitting needles too. And I call it science. This, I like to make sculptures a lot. And that's what I did. But look at the way this is probably where the guy got the idea. I'm assuming it's a guy because of these potatoes. See? These little things that stick out. Yep. That's the deal. That's the deal with these potatoes. Well, I think I'm going to make some more drink. It's tasty. What do you think about where things are going? I'm curious. What do you think? Hmm? It's kind of interesting seeing this little spar. Oh, that's not there. That's part of me. But, mm, you think too that so many people, I mean, ordinary people like us are not supposed to be talking about spirits and you know, entities without bodies. They just really discourage conversation in that direction. But I think after seeing all those orbs, the state of advancements of our real military strength and our enemies and just our corporate skills, they can't hide it anymore. They can't hide it. They can't hide what is really real. They can't hide it anymore. Can't hide it. I mean, they don't want to either. Disclosure. Disclosure is pretty interesting. Actually, I did a big installation piece about it. Disclosure. I mean, a big one. I like to do things large. Yes, I mean, if we don't talk about it if we don't talk about these like direct energy weapons, and if we don't talk about fog, if we don't talk about drones, who the hell is going to be speaking about it? I mean, we see it. People are talking about it. I mean, why should we be hush hush about it? This stuff is creepy. This stuff is damn creepy. And I mean, it's up to. We're obviously not going to get like CNN, paid newscasters to tell us this, and that. I mean, they're not going to say anything. They're not going to say squat. And I mean, who else is going to tell us? Like, what is that? I mean, I've seen like saucers and stuff for quite some time. Always, I always saw those things. I always saw. My mother used to call me a witch. I didn't exactly, I didn't exactly enjoy that being called names like that. But because I'm not a malevolent person, not at all. Of course, I'm a human being, of course. But I mean, I don't. It all started when I started talking to my hands, my fingers, when I was a kid. When I was a kid. Well, when I was a kid, I always started like talking to. Did you ever like play with look at your fingers and think they were animated, like they actually had personalities? I mean, that's how I was quiet like that. So I used to play with my hands a lot, always. And then like this sort of like that's how I started. It's how I started my existence, playing with my hands, like being like they were like little puppets and things. I guess too, when you have like those the clothespin dolls, did you ever make a clothespin doll? You take a old wooden clothespin, and you like knit like you put some like um, yarn for the head, and you put like your magic marker, and you put a little two eyes and a mouth, like a smile, and then you put like you can like knit some clothes for it too, and it's really cute. It's really cute. It's really cute. I mean, that's like the first part of like do-it-yourself toys. Well, whatever you call yourself, that's fine. That's fine. If you these things are real, but if you don't think they're real, well, I don't know. one can only exist in your own person. You can only exist in your own personal comfort level, what you feel you're able to discuss, and you're able to comprehend. It's all individual. It's all individual. No, I really feel that I've had my experiences to share and to explore what is humanness. Do you know that the World Trade Forum, you know, WEF, part of the UN, Carl, Carl, Carl Schwab, he has changed the name from the Great Reset because it's accumulated so much negativity to humantocracy. Humantocracy. That's the new word. That's like changing UFOs for UAPs. It's called humantocracy instead of like idiotocracy. It's called humantocracy. Of course, there's also plutocracy, which is, an assembly of very wealthy people. And you would think that in the coming administration, we have a plutocratic, plutocratic group of people loaded. Plutocracy is wealth. Idiotocracy is idiots. And now he's adding, Swab, humantocracy. Humans. When coming from him, I'm a plutocrat. I think, hmm, I'm a little suspicious. A little suspicious. No thanks. Oh, well, I think nobody wants a reading. I've been here for 3 hours. We've had good chit chat. 3333. Ooh, I'm gonna have all threes. Here, 7333. Have all threes. Maybe somebody when it's all threes. Coming. Almost there. Almost there. But I really would love to do readings. I don't know. I feel that like connecting energy is a beautiful thing. Chit chat is great too. But I would like to do a reading. I feel like kind of very, very sensitive today. I still find it hard to believe that what spooks me out too. I was thinking the fact that about like LA to go back to that subject again for a minute. That that's the state of California, right? Now it seems like it isn't over. When I say it isn't over, it seems like they would do like another area on the East Coast to 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 also something negative on the East Coast. I mean, as if like when they did in Baltimore that bridge, that bridge was like broken up by that cargo ship. Um, Baltimore Bridge. What was it called? Francis something or other. I mean, we have like lots of things that are happening, and it just seems that like they just keep on throwing stuff at us, so we can't like really pay attention. Not good stuff either. I mean, we already had so far we had three things happen, right? More than three things. We had that more than three things. They're throwing a lot of negative things. A lot of people are feeling like have a bad energy. A lot of people are giving off bad energy, and that's what we have to be wary of and buckle up towards giving off negative energy. I myself are trying to make a peace movement. Like I think that we should really, I think we should have a moratorium on nuclear weapons. We should get peaceful and get smarter. We should like stop fighting over petty stuff. I mean, and we should advocate peace, 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 and growth. But of course, now we have these we have these military mafias going around, and we keep on making pain and hardship. So it's it's something that we've got to think of peace. I mean, our human race, if we can't pull this together, we always think it's going to continue, continue, and continue. But we know that the continuance has been in ignorance. Ignorance. And ignorance you can't keeping stupid. Stupid doesn't grow. And they've been keeping us. And I'm saying that stupid, we can't continue to be stupid. And if we wait for everyone to accept aliens, space aliens, then what does that do? I mean, that's almost like being in class. Like you have to wait for the people who were slow learners to like comprehend. Well, it wasn't much to comprehend, just repeat, repeat, repeat. But that allows too much. There's too much at stake now, and too much power grabs. And they want to have the issue brought in now. They want to, which is why they had all this continual drone light shows, and in our faces. I'm getting rid of well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, do you think the economy is like in the United States or elsewhere is swinging around? And you think it's like, do you think, what do you, I mean, how do you feel? How do you feel about like what's going on? You know? How do you feel? Hashma, how do you feel about what's going on? How do you feel? Do you think that we're on a good path? Do you think that we're like on a path of, growth? Or do you think that we're like slippery slope? What do you think? I mean, what do you think? What do you think that we're on a path of? Do you think we're on a path to getting somewhere? I mean, I think the economy. I think that there really is like a lot. Personally, I think they're trying to pull pull us apart in nasty ways. That's what I personally think. I think that it's to have a just unified populations is the best way to help people. That's what I personally think. What do you think? Oh yeah, you did a lot. Yeah, I know. I feel very like I mean, I feel like we really can't keep up with this act. You know, it's an act, and it's a stupid act. You know, I think it's very sad to for parents to raise their little kids in this kind of environment. I feel it's very sad to people to go through this useless speculations. I mean, I feel that we just waste a lot of time as humans. We should be making poems. We should be like, happy. We should be like doing happy things. And in fact, we're just doing like defensive, things that like are not really good for us. Yeah, I really feel that. I mean, it's like I'm just wondering, like when. I mean, we want change, but then we're always told, and the whole thing is too. This we have to keep in mind about this. Now, countries are businesses, right? Countries are businesses, and right now, since we've been, different corporations have been re-engineering alien technology, and they're well aware of, like you've heard of Tesla, right? Tesla. He was the opposite of Thomas Edison. Tesla believed there, and he showed he had many different machines that he made and diagrams how to extract free energy. Free energy is everywhere around us, but yet there's a huge portion, a small portion of families that have made a lot of money taxing the population for energy, gas, electricity, stuff like that. Whereas actually, there wouldn't be lightning in the sky if there wasn't energy everywhere, right? It'd be hot and cold. Now we can mimic that and extract the energy, even when ourselves, like when if you shake hands with someone and you feel like a sparkle. Sometimes with some people you get like a shock. Well, I mean, we are energetic creatures. Everything is electrical. Every single thing has a vibration. Now, if I'm sure alien technology has gone way past us. I mean, we're like in the Stone Age in terms of alien technology. Yet these companies that have re-engineered the alien technology, they know all that, and they don't want to rock the money boat by bringing it on to us, which is why between the money boat of re-engineering plus the mind control, the control factor of controlling us and making sure that we, like, sweat. They want to see our sweat while we try and get basic heat, light, etc. for everyday toils. I mean, it just doesn't. We have to get past this wildness, and we're not even in societies. I mean, people can think what it would be like not to have this wild, murderous aura that keeps on coming around and going around. Repeat, repeat. World War One, World War Two, and World War Three, and this whole "be very afraid" crap. So it's like there's a lot of financial issues besides emotional control. The churches, the this, the that. I mean, hell and heaven, all these things. But it's none of these really. And they also say that if we saw aliens, we would stop believing in the creator, which is two different things, two different things. But they always like that's another fear element, of which they wouldn't have the same control. And like you're going to go to hell if you don't do this, and you're going to be damned, your soul. I mean, all this that's unnecessary, unnecessary. That's all different levels of something else we don't need. But I'm not saying you people should like run rampant, but we do have a murderous type of culture, the whole thing. But we are not evil as a bunch. We are not. We're simply envious. We certainly are guilty of like a lot of bad sins, or like desires. Of which, if we had re-education and intelligence attributed to our makeup, I'm sure these factors would diminish. 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 But at no time soon, because we're still into the repeat, worship these people, hate these people, and it's just a very tired monologue. It's a very, very tired monologue. One of which they're not going to give up readily, that's for sure. Unless there was something spectacular that happened. And I don't mean a phony alien invasion, which they probably will. That's one thing about all these drones. They don't show any aliens coming out unless they're, and you're not even sure that the aliens that they do show are not like little tiny midgets or tall people in costume. You don't know. You don't know. You don't know. So we have to have something more colossal than just one or two little ships with, things coming out of it. But we do know that we're not alone. So it's kind of like a very imposing type of situation. It's imposing. So that's what, and I feel that as a psychic reader, it's something too you do on a daily basis. That I've done it for years, and I just before I would like I do it a lot in my visual artwork. I do it a lot. Not this. This is just showing that, like, bringing to life that situation that happened. But certain things that I do are like indicative of. I work with painting too. One dimensional. I mean, 2-dimensional flat stuff, and 3-dimensional. It's like connecting the different auras, connecting the what I see. Dualism. Yeah. I guess I would say it that way. Whereas somebody else has some other different style. And these are all the things that we could like share and we can appreciate. It's the same thing with music. I mean, somebody is shouting, they hear, and trumpets in the sky. Music is, the sound is, it can either be soothing, stimulating, or many, many different things. And the reasoning for doing it, sound. And if we just had a society that had not so much as barbarism and low class values, and it is low class, a lot of the values that we in the West are very low class because we don't want high class, high spiritual. When I say high class, I mean high spiritual, empathetic beings, not just lower based and get what I can get, scuffy creatures. as society often pushes us to. I mean, Western society does not want an educated, sensitive population. That's obvious. They're trying their best not to have it. I think. I think. And I feel it too. And then when it's, but it's tiresome. It's tiresome playing less than who you are. It's tiresome playing, playing an act. It is tiresome. And people call you names. I remember, being always by people who are like either they want you to spend more time with them or you don't spend more time with them, that they have names for you: manipulative, possessive, whatever. There's names. I'm going to make myself a cup of coffee. Plain dark coffee. I'll be back.
I'll be back in a bit. Just still getting that coffee.
Okay, I got my tea. I was going to get a coffee, but too much work. So I made a hot water and I threw a tea bag in there. It's green tea I've been drinking. It's hot. So I guess no one wants a reading from me tonight. Well, I've been here for like 4 hours plus. We had good conversation. I enjoyed it. Something is supposed to, oh yeah, July the 10th. July the 10th. That's when Bush gets sentenced. He gets sentenced in his hush money New York City case that he supposedly effed a bimbo, and him being a bimbo too. But that is something that's still going on. That's what the 10th is. And see my kitty, he's eating. They're eating. Oh, I just looked in my mailbox. I have to give a reading. Now, somebody wants to know if let me see if I read this right. Somebody wants a reading about it, and they want to know if they'll have twins. Okay. So let's see if someone says that will she have twins? I guess if you get it all over at once, that's good for you, right? Let's see now. Twins. If this, I'm using these cards, my pussycat card, pagan kitties, are Mystic Moons, which is full of kitty cats. Anyway, now, will you have twins? Will you have twins? Twins, twins, twins. Ooh, let's see. Let's shuffle these things better. Will you have twins? Twins. A boy and a girl, two girls, two boys. It doesn't matter as long as they're twins. Will you have twins? Twins. 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 Will you have twins? I'm going to take a few cards and see. Will you have twins? Twins. Will you give birth to twins? Twins, twins. Twins. Okay, 4 cards. We'll see if you'll give birth to twins. Oh, really? Interesting. All right, let me focus on this reading for this young woman here. Let's see now. We have the High Priestess. That is interesting. A black pussycat, which is the High Priestess. Very womanly, very feminine, very unique. Do it your way. And then we have the Eight of Wands. Which it could be a little difficult having twins. Could be a pregnancy that you would have to be in bed a lot. That you would have to have bed rest. You could, but you have to be in bed a lot. Oh, and then we have the Devil. Strange. We have the Mischief Devil, which almost means that you could like be this is strange for twins. Maybe they could be a bunch of they could be mischievous, or with a little procedures, you could be needed to have a little procedures while if you get pregnant with twins. Oh, and here we have the Knight of Pentacles. A strange reading for twins. It seems like if you went through a medical procedure, you would have. It seems like it's entirely possible you could have twins. Now you would have some kind of discomfort during the pregnancy that would make it a little difficult. That you would have to use some sort of aid, either bed rest or something, some kind of procedure you would need. And there's going to be every opportunity. We have the Knight of Pentacles. The Knight of Pentacles. Meaning you could get very lucky and have twins, but you'd have to take extra care of yourself. No working during the pregnancy, no heavy strenuous this and that, and good thoughts. Because your twins would seem to be a little mischievous. A little mischievous. I would put that with the Devil, that you would have to use a little aid, a little medical aid, and they would be mischievous little ones. Smart. They would be uncannily smart and be able to see through the phoniness of society. And you'll have every opportunity. It looks quite positive to me. Quite possible to me. Quite possible. Let's look upon this difficult delivery a little bit. Let's see. Now, this difficult delivery. Difficult delivery. What is this? You have to watch out for. No strenuous exercise. Keep good vibrations. Keep this one. Keep certain kind of spirituality going. Even if you were driven nuts while you were pregnant, you have to keeping a good equilibrium, especially for twins, is essential. Again, we have the Knight of Swords, and we have the Eight of Swords. We'd have to be careful during this pregnancy. Having twins would be something that you'd have to have lots of bed rest, because this is 2 eights. Lots of bed rest, and be careful. You'd have to take this as a mission. A mission. No, more like being calmness and foresight about what is going to be happening to birth. More like look in one direction, keeping the positive away from the negative. I would say it's more like that. I would say this is more like that. I think that when you get vibrations, when you're people pick up vibrations. the moment they're born, the moment they are conceived. And it's very important to keep the vibration high. Keep the vibration as high as possible. Of course, there's a lot of circumstances that are not under your control. However, being the high priestess, you should be able to, be able to like muster up enough spiritual energy. And you might have to resort to a few. Let's look at this. Let's look at this part of the devil a little bit. This is curious. I'm just curious. Let's look at this a little bit. Let's look at this. The devil, the devil, the devil. Let's look at this. All right. Now, this card, this one, let me see. This one. All right. What are these components? Maybe upside down. Actually, no. Huh. Let me see. Well, the Six of Cups. Well, this doesn't tell me too much. However, this one, the World. Well, it would be well worth it. Well worth it. And you would like, you would be very restless. But okay, now this one. Now this is like, it's important to be singular and think of, in other words, when you're pregnant, or the pregnancy would entail thinking about it all being over, and that would make you restless. And you'd be inclined to have your mind wander a bit. However, it's important to stay focused. And that tug of war is this devil. You think about the world in itself is like such a crackpot place. You would be restless about bringing children, especially twins, children into this world. This is what this means. The Earth itself, the society itself is wacko, and then bringing life into it make a double duty job. The risk is all a factor of being, well, first of all, you need bed rest. But the fact of the matter is, it is a crazy world out here we live in. And you yourself, a smart person can't have stupid kids. Do you understand what I'm saying? You can't have smart can't have stupid, but stupid can have smart. If that makes any sense. In other words, you'd be like, have to thumbs up, thumbs down on someone who's developing, so you can make sure that you say, this is crazy, this is sane, this is crazy, this is sane. These people, and then still keep them free and uplifting and keeping their eagerness and adaptability. It's a strange mix of being around crazy people. Our society is crazy. It is crazy. And as long as they continue to advocate stupid and as opposed to being smart, talented, and brainy, anyone trying to grow up in that environment is going to have a lot of dualism, of which they need a guardian, someone around them close, who doesn't have any gain other than wanting to see a smart, healthy person exist. So that's the overwhelming, risk. That's the overwhelming risk having in pregnancies, is like not to create a smart person finds it near impossible to create stupid. And then hovering over what do they call them? Helicopter moms, or a helicopter this and that. Whereas, you're not supposed to give your child away to anybody, or your inner self to anybody. You're supposed to consciously wonder what is, the motivation behind who has the gain, who gets the gain. I mean, especially too when all our institutions are really in the crapper. Medical field is in the crapper, our educational system is in the crapper, and then to find a way, we need a total revolution in terms of what we teach and what we nurture. And that is the whole thing. That is the entirety of it all, what we teach and what we nurture. And so far, we nurture it. We teach stupid and we nurture stupid. And that's got to change because it's, number one, it's too perilous. Number two, it's just so boring. And number three, garf, garf. Garf, garf. So that's the things. That's the things that make it very, to tell someone that, everything you've ever been taught is a lie, and then teach them the truth. It's a lot of dualism. It's a balance that you have to maintain as well. But you just can't smart person cannot raise stupid. You cannot stand stupid being around them. I mean, that's just something that's going to become even more touchy as we go on. More touchy. You got to, when somebody's stupid, you just got to lay it out. Oh, I have another question. Does anybody want to have before I get to the next one, would anyone like to have a reading? Before I get to the next one. The next question. Anybody would like a reading? And if you do, please donate. I would appreciate it. I would appreciate somebody. You can email me too at Mystic Moons with your donation. And you can. I would love it, love it, love it, love it. I can feed my pussycats. Will you marry him? Well, you better. However, if you want a personal reading, we can see. We'll connect the spirits. Please donate. Cash App. Buy me a coffee. Then we can see, will you marry Harriman? Will you marry and have babies and have love? Have a nice house and have everything. Have partnership. Have, companionship. You won't be alone. Anyone, before I get to my next reading. My scratchy cat in the background says, yes, mommy, yes. Get a reading. Cat food's almost gone. He says, I eat lots. They're not evil babies. They're the only thing, there's no such thing as an evil, there's evil spirits. True. There's demons too. And there's lesser demons and higher demons. Lesser demons are little annoying, little mischievous things that just enjoy being creepy. It's creepy. But in terms of you can't ever say what I said. Well, I'm talking, if you want to donate for a reading, donate, send me some money. I would love to give you a reading. And I better put my cards backwards. And I I say, let me get some of these things done. Yeah, the cat is still complaining. He says, I want to eat some more. And I say, no, you have to wait. But let's see. Let me fix these cards. Okay, those are done. I don't like to work with reverse cards. It's it's my pet thing. This is reverse. Oh, and that scratchy mouth kitty of mine in the background. These are reverse. This one is. So, who? No one? Oh, okay. Then I'll do the other reading for the other person. Push this. Now, hopefully, I won't get any reverse cards. Person wants to know if is another person. This is a time of like wanting to know what sex of the baby she's gonna have. Okay, all right. If she doesn't know, well, she could find out, but she doesn't want to do it that way. She wants me to tell her, connect with the spirits and see if she's going to have a girl or a boy. A lot of women are being brave, being pregnant. But yeah, that's good. Now she wants to know if she's going to have a boy or a girl. Now, let's see now. Let's take this serious. Girl or boy? Girl or boy? Am I going to have a girl or a boy? That's what she wants to know. Spirit, will she have a girl or a boy? Let's see, Spirit. What shall she have? This one. A girl or a boy? Will she have a boy? First of all, we'll do this. It will be a boy. Okay. These are 5 cards, actually. Will it be a girl or a boy? This is going to be for a boy. Oh, we have the world. A world. And we have strength. Ooh, sounds masculine. And then we have judgment. Boy. Oh, we have celebration. This looks like you'll have a boy. Well, I would say, and we have the 4th card is like timeout. It looks like we're gonna. Okay, this is very positive. 4 cards with, and these are 3 major and 1 celebration of cups. 3 of cups. Well, I would say so far it looks like you're having a boy. Let's see the girl. Let's put this back. Let's put these back in. Let's see if you're going to have a girl. And see which comes out stronger. So, which comes out. This is for the boy. And we're going to see which comes out for the girl. Let's see. Let's see now. What do we have here? Okay, girl card. Okay, this one. Let's see. Blip, 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 blip. Okay, this one. And all right, let's see. Are we gonna have a boy or a girl? Boy or a girl? Okay, these cards here. Let's see. All right. Now this is if we're going to. Excuse me. Oh, look at that sun. Well, sun. That's very positive for a girl. Oh, the Empress. The Empress. So far, we have the Sun and the Empress. That is pretty up there. And then we have the Broken Heart. That's a -1. Look out! Watch out! It's coming. That's a And we have twins. We have the Hierophant with twins. That's a positive. Ooh, look at that. Well, my goodness. This is, let's say, one, two. Let's see the cards that go for girl, girl, and girl. Okay. Of course, I did one card extra, but it actually looks like you could have a. Actually, it looks like, wow, it looks like you can have one of each. Actually, it looks like you're going to have like 2 pregnancies and you're going to have one of each. That's what I said. Two, see, they're both like, woohoo. They're both up there. That's what I see. One of each. One of each. And yes or no? Cushy. Cushy. Send me some money and I'll give you a decent one. A decent read. Cushy, cushy, cushy. Cushy. It's a cute name. I like it. Cushy, cushy. Send me something. 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 Yeah. Send me something if you please. I think I'm going to sign off now. I've been around for a while. And if no one would like a reading, I shall depart and take my psychic energy. I think I'll work on this pace, something. Gotta do something more for my expression. Calm down. I'm gonna calm down. Since no one wants a reading, no one wants any more readings. Okay. Alright. I love you all. I wish you the best. And until the next time, Mystic Moons has a live chat and readings. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your companies. I appreciate it. It's nice to share space. Thank you. You're a sweetheart. Yeah, I know it's really tough times living now, and we just gotta bond. We just gotta really encourage each other. And of course, it's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy. Okay, until the next time.